so cute, Nosy. You're so cute, Nosy. Yes, you are. You're so cute, Nosy. He did what Ender usually does to my hand.
Watch out.
What?
Screaming.
Oh.
Waiting for my victims. I must have my victims. Happy, happy victims. You know what we do if our victims aren't happy? Hmm?
You gotta restore your chat thing.
Eat them. No, it's over here. He heard me.
Oh.
Burning Gem says, I'm happy, I'm happy. Be happy or else. I tell people it's a simple motto in life. Be happy or be dinner. If you want to be sneaky, you say, by the way, would you like to come over as dinner? Most people catch that little change in words. You know, right as oh yeah, wait, what? Number 2. Nutritionist says I need to eat more oatmeal. Nice. Tell her, this meal is filled with your worst enemies. Enjoy it well.
Always happen.
Who do you hate the most in life? I'm very weird. Normal is boring. Come on, you critters. I see more people there. Speak up. They're stalking me.
Say something to you.
Hi, kitty. Is she still starving you? Yeah, you're hungry, aren't you, baby? But you're a cat. You're always hungry. I know, they always act like they're starving to death.
Like they don't get fed. Like, oh, he said, no, I don't.
Yeah.
Yes, you do. Oh, it's warm.
Or make a sausage, egg, and cheese for sandwich if you want. They're in my freezer. Eat something. I want you to eat something. I want you to eat real food, not snacks.
I'm not eating snacks.
Yeah, but you're addicted to snacks.
I still got my snacks.
I know.
I haven't said anything.
Snack addict.
So are you.
I'm a pizza and hamburger addict. And iced coffee. I haven't bought one in over a week, though.
What?
Iced coffee.
And I haven't asked for one.
I will tell you no. But you always, actually, you have asked me for one. When you say, are you going anywhere else? Are you stopping anywhere else? That's you asking.
No.
But that's why you do it. You're hoping I'll say, yeah, I'm going to McDonald's. You want something?
No.
Gary Kendrick, how are you doing? My idea juices have been flowing this week. I got lots of ideas going. Got this roll of yellow filaments driving me crazy. I'm gonna find the manufacturer and eat them. Although it's probably just because it's old. This is probably a 6 or 7 year old roll. Or sometimes you just get filament that's just a bitch. Like it just doesn't want to stick to the bed, and mostly it just wants to peel up. And it's a little brittle, not extruding quite full speed like it should. So I gotta jack up the extrusion multiplier a little bit. Even with this at 98%, which should give me some pretty thick walls, and it is strong. I mean, I don't hear no brittleness, but I can see, a little crack there. Can you see it? You can't see it. It's separated right there. It didn't separate up here, but it's separated there. And one of the veins actually opened up. I never saw that before. I mean, it's manifold, so it can't leak anywhere, but still, the fact that one of those veins didn't fuse at all, that's incredible. I've never seen it do that before. No new printers. I inquired with a few companies, but, either no replies or we don't have any units left. So, I got the Sapphire Pro going again. I finally got the soldering iron out and solder those connections back together. Later on today, I have to pull apart the Sapphire Plus. I tried doing PET G at 260 degrees, and the PTFE hot end did not like that. Jabbed right up. And same with the Hornet. I think the Hornet was too much wood filament, and they probably have, the Hornet has that aircraft cable with the PTFE tube inside of it that connects the feeder to the hot end. And so it has a separate little piece of PTFE in the hot end. And they probably used a piece of crap PTFE, and I printed so much wood filament through it that it probably scored the inside of the PTFE, so now it keeps jamming up. And so I got to pull that apart. That one's a bit of a chore because to process that, you can't heat up the hot end and do a cold pull because of that cable. That cable not only houses the PTFE, but it also houses all the electrical connections. So the moment you undo that cable, you electrically disconnect the hot end. So it's a very clean looking printer, but maintenance is a pain in the butt. So what you have to do is you have to heat up the hot end. You got to crack the nozzle loose. And then you got to get the hot end to like 260 degrees. Unscrew that connection. And then when you're ready to go, you got to turn it off, yank off the connection, and do your business before that hot end cools down. Not a huge deal, just annoying. So I want to get that one going today too. And because I want to start cranking out parts. Hopefully this weekend he's going to print out the 5th version of the rocket, and hopefully in the next couple weeks we'll fly it. And once I confirm it's flight worthy, I want to start cranking out parts. And plus I'm getting a lot of ideas lately to make rockets, and it would be nice to be able to do an entire rocket in 6 hours. So, pretty much the only part that takes longer than 6 hours is the more complicated nose cones. You got the latex silicone, yeah. Well, that just that doesn't actually insulate the hot end so much as give it thermal stability. The silicone sock, it reduces the probability of a ball up on the hot end of filament. Doesn't stop it, but it reduces the chances of it. But it also creates an air barrier between the fans and the high heat block. So there's time you can, on some of the older printers, you can actually see the hot end cool down when the cooling fans kick on, because the cooling fans are blowing over the nozzle, which means they're blowing over the hot end as well, the heat block. So the silicone sock insulates the hot end heat block from the fans, so it gives you more consistent temperature output. It doesn't actually insulate, That it would have to be made out of something different. It would have to go all the way around. But I guess this provides some insulation. So your hot end will take a little bit longer to heat up because you got to heat up the sock too. But it'll also stay more consistent and hot longer. So it's worth it. Definitely worth it to put the socks on there. But most of the rockets are 6 primary parts. There's 3 other parts that have to go with it, but primarily it's 6 primary parts. You know, fin can, so seg fin, seg lug, seg web, seg nose, and then nose cone. So if I can get, you know, 6 of the right size machines all plugged in and going all together, I can just, you know, I can dedicate certain machines just to printing nose, coupler, seg nose, and seg, because that's the same for every rocket for the most part. And so I can just say, okay, you, print out your standard parts. And then on the last 2 printers, print out the custom parts for the fin can. And that way I can print out an entire prototype in one day. Hello, John. Are you the one who said you had access to VHB tape? Someone said they had access to VHB tape. I'm trying to get hold of them. So I want to take them up on that. One thing I didn't think about until after I made a couple of designs is that, for example, I have a thrust ring, and that thrust ring sits on a shoulder inside here. Oh, build 123 model, that's right. So that thrust ring provides a second point of contact between the motor and the rocket frame. So it's not just the motor mount at the back end holding all that force. Now it's spread across more surface area. But I realized the mistake I made. One of the purposes of this rocket design is to be modular. So you can take an assembly apart and put it back together again, but you can also transfer it from model to model. So, for example, if I build a 29mm motor mount, I don't have to build a second one, a third one, a fourth one. I could just take that 29mm motor mount and move it to the next rocket. But that only works if the internal geometry of the fin can is the same for every one. So that means the motor threads have to be in exactly the same spot, and the thrust shoulder has to be in exactly the same spot. Otherwise, the fin can won't transfer. It might fit. If like this one's longer, it'll fit, but then that thrust ring won't do anything. Hey, Maker Viking. So I now need to pay attention to that and make sure I have that thrust ring in the same spot on every single model. Basically, I need to keep the tube portion of the fin can the same. I can change the externals, but I need to keep the internals. I need to keep that the same for every model so that you can take your motor mount and swap it from model to model. Because that's the only part that has to be assembled and glued for the most part. For the simpler models. Some of these models you have to glue together. But so I want to keep that modularity, so I need to keep it in my head to make sure I have the motor mount threads and the thrust shoulder in the same spot with the same dimensions in every model. So I'm going to make this 52mm across instead of 66mm because I have some thin neck tubes for different model reasons, and the 52mm will still fit this, so it's one that'll fit both. And I also want to add a cylinder top to it so that it fits. Right now you have to kind of position it right, but I want it to actually fit inside of here so it'll sit nice and neat. So I have to come up with a final design and unify it. Meaning just like I did with the threads. So I use the same threads on every model, so I can take, you know, this part and attach it to this part because I'm using the same threads. Oh no, this is the older design. This is the old one. But I can take these parts and interchange them. Good morning, Stephen. And so I want to be able to interchange the motor mounts between rockets too, so that they don't have to make a new one. Not a huge deal, but it's a pain in the butt if you got to remember, oh yeah, that one's for that one and that one's for that one. I found a thread on McMaster Carr that was close to what I wanted. I'm really quiet. Maybe this is directional. Is that better? This might be directional, meaning I had it sideways. So I found a thread that I liked on McMaster-Carr, brought it into Tinkercad, and started twisting and distorting it until I had what I liked. Now the only bad news about doing threads that way is that it's a 3D model. It's not a set of plans. So when I finally migrate to CAD software, proper CAD software like SolidWorks or Fusion or something like that, I'm gonna have to redo that all over again in order to make it what's the word? Procedural? It's not procedural. What's the word? Like what you do at OpenSCAD, where you can go back and change it. I forgot the word. Not standardized. It's parametric. That's it. That's the word I was looking for. My model right now is not parametric. So if I were to go to a real CAD program, I would either have to live with solid models, or I would have to rebuild it from scratch in order to be parametric. Absolutely. There's no reason why you couldn't print vase mode in nylon. Nylon's badass. It's a pain in the ass, but it's badass. Build 1, 2, 3 is awesome, but I'm a gooey person. Yeah, I'm definitely. I need to touch it, feel it, hold it. You know, that's why I gravitate to Tinkercad, because Tinkercad is very object oriented. So yes, you can. That is square, and it's in vase mode. Vase mode only has there's only 2 basic rules to vase mode. Well, 3 basic rules. No part of the model can be parallel to the bed, except for the first layer. Unless you want the part to be open. If you're okay with the part being open, then you can print a parallel component. The second rule is you can't have islands. So you cannot have geometry in the model that requires the nozzle to jump from here to here as a travel move. It must be extruding the entire time or you break vase mode. And second, you can't have separate geometries. All the geometries must be connected. That's why when I print a cylinder that has an inside and an outside, meaning it's 2 walls, I have to have a cut that goes through the cylinder so that this geometry can connect to this geometry. The Guider 2 is a good machine. Yeah, I should do that. In fact, I have the Flash Forge. I think it's the Guider, the original one. It can export to OBJ, STL, or GLTF. GIB. And it can also export SVG for laser cutting. So it can do these. The only problem I have with the Guider, and maybe they fix this in the version you have, but they definitely have not fixed it in the version I have. It would be difficult to print nylon in the one that I have. Because okay, it'd be difficult to print nylon if I close the chamber. You know, let it heat up inside the chamber, which you wanted to do with nylon. The problem is the filament itself becomes soft when you heat up the chamber. So I have had PETG unwind and tangle inside the printer as if it was a flexible filament. You know how sometimes a flexible filament will bend and leave the filament path and get all over the place? I've had PETG do that because I closed the chamber. And So I suspect nylon will do something similar, since nylon is a soft material. So be careful with that. Don't put your speed too high, because it'll find a way to bend out of the path. But yeah, okay, the FlashForge printers are slightly closed source. They're meaning they're a pain in the butt to work with. What is that? What the hell? Do you guys see this yellow cone getting brighter and dimmer, or is that just on my screen? The UI from my browser is doing it too, so it might just be my screen and you guys might not be seeing it. So, bright, dim, bright, dim. Huh. The yellow highlights are getting brighter, and my Windows bars, the header bars, are changing brightness when I do this. I have no idea why. It's very weird. Oh, here's something maybe you guys can help me with. It's driving me crazy. My scroll wheel stopped working on my mouse. It just doesn't work unless I turn on scroll lock on the keyboard. If I turn scroll lock on the keyboard on, then the mouse works again. What the hell? Oh, I've never had to have scroll lock on before for the mouse to work, for the scroll wheel to work. And I must have done something. I must have clicked something, pressed something, mashed some keys on the keyboard and activated some kind of function that now the scroll wheel has stopped working unless scroll lock is on. And Google is absolutely useless in trying to figure this out. No matter what I type in, it gives me results that say clean your mouse ball or clean your laser. It's not the fucking mouse. It's not the fucking mouse. It's the software. For some reason, my scroll wheel now will not work unless I turn scroll lock on. But no matter how I try to exactly word the search results in Google, it only tells me how to clean my mouse. Yeah, that's the Razer Kraken. They have a name for this. It's a whole series they have. Partially, Ben. I think that's why my voice recognition does not work as well as it should. When these phones first came out, the voice dictation was scary. Like, it was so accurate, it was scary how good it was. And now it's constantly effing up. And I've caught, it's the pink Razer, but they have a name for that color pink. I forgot what it was, but I'll look it up later. But I'm almost certain I know why it's doing it, and I wish they would give me the ability to turn it off. Collect your data, fine. You want to collect your data, fine. Just don't apply it to me. Let me turn that off, because I have seen it do it, and what it pisses me off so much, because it's usually when I'm in, a fucking stupid internet fight with somebody. No, I don't. It's usually when I'm in a stupid internet fight with somebody, and Google will change what I said to be the opposite of what I said. Like, it'll actually flip the meaning of what I said. So, for example, I'll say now, and it'll put in not, which is the exact opposite of now in the context of typing out a sentence reply to somebody. So it sounds like I'm saying the opposite of what I said. I actually got in an entire argument because some guy misquoted me saying, well, but you said this. And I went, the fuck I did. And I went back to the original post. Yeah, I did. Google had changed the fucking word to be the opposite. So it sounded like I was saying the opposite of what I intended. And, and I think I know what it is. Okay. The original voice dictation simply converted what you said. So if you said babbly bobbly gobbledygook, it would try to type that. Oh, nice. Now I think they're trying to use their AI software. I won't call it AI. I'm going to call it DMC, because nobody's made AI yet. There is no such thing as AI right now. AI would be artificial life. That would be intelligent. And as far as I'm concerned, it should have the rights of a person. So that's what it is, Ben. I think they're using their AI algorithms, their AI software, to apply an AI version of autocorrect. Okay, now, your brain does this very well. You don't hear nearly as much as you think you hear. You hear an entire sentence, you know you didn't. you missed half the sentence. Half the time, you missed half the sentence. But you heard the whole sentence. No, you didn't. Your brain filled in the gaps. Your brain used context, so whenever you're missing a word here or there, your brain uses context to fill in the missing word. That's why every now and then we'll go, what'd you say? Because we'll change topics to a context that we don't know anything about. So if I start talking about particle physics, you're going to have difficulty using your contextual autocorrect because you don't have a particle physics vocabulary, or maybe you do. But the point is, if you don't have the vocabulary for the subject, you'll realize you're missing, and you'll start asking the person to repeat things because now you can't use your context clues to fill. Yes. Oh, sight's even worse. Oh my God. Vision is a joke. We think we see the world. Oh, in our fucking dreams. People have no idea how much of the world they can't see. Not that they can't, they don't. If your brain actually recorded everything you saw, your hard drive would be full before you got to the end of your driveway. It's that much data. You collect trillions of bits of data every few minutes, and your brain has to throw most of it out because you couldn't possibly keep it all. It'd be like trying to, instead of trying to record 8K 30 frame per second video, it'd be like trying to record 8 million K 3 million frame per second video at 8 billion, kilobits per second. You couldn't do it. Well, yeah, because the uppercase causes you to stop and it breaks your attention. So, they're trying to do that with their AI. I think. I'm not, okay, first let me preface this. This is my guess. I think this is what they're doing. I don't know that they're doing this. I think they're trying to use... The get out of jail free card only works once. They're trying... I think they're trying to use their AI algorithm to contextually figure out what you meant to say. Because it's probably less processor intensive than trying to decipher every single word. And then, of course, if words are slightly garbled, it can have problems, and this context will help it figure it out. Why do I think this? Because I've seen it do it. Hey, Joe, I've said something to my phone. I've watched it with my eyes put the correct words into my text box, and then right before I hit that send button, I saw the words change. Like, it put the right words in, and then its context algorithm said, oh, I think maybe you meant to say this, and it changed the words. Like, the right words were there, and then I saw those words change. I wish I could record it doing it, but the only way to record it doing it would be to have my screen recorder going 24/7, because how are you going to predict when it's going to do it? And I don't think there's anything malicious. I don't think anything bad's going on. I think that I think they're trying to make their algorithm more intelligent. And I wish they'd give me the ability to turn that the fuck off. Go ahead, listen, figure out what you think I should have said, but put what I actually said. Don't guess. Because sometimes it creates a bad situation where you say something that you did not say. Now that I'm paying attention to it more, the number of tweets I've had to delete immediately after sending them because I realized that the fucking Google voice dictation changed my words. and the person on the other end was not going to like the changed words. It's like, oh shit, delete. And then do it again. And then I have to go, I said this. So I know it's stupid because I guess I'm just bored. But sometimes I get into fights with my Google technology. Yeah, I see that a lot too. Contextual ads. Which I don't mind. At first it comes off as creepy, but once you understand what it is, it's fine. I don't mind that. See, here's the thing. I don't mind corporations having access to every aspect of my life. But there's two issues. One, I don't want the government having access to that information under any conditions. I want that information absolutely protected. And two, I want the government to protect me from the corporations doing malicious things with that data, which they kind of sort of do. Hey, Matt. But yeah, I wish they'd give me the ability to turn off that contextual thing, because, man, sometimes I get into a heated discussion and it just makes me so mad the way it keeps changing my words. And I get into these stupid fights as if I can win because it's a computer. It doesn't give a fuck. Where I'll say a word and it won't put the word in. Like last night, it took me 7 tries to get Google to put the word lab in. I'd say lab. And it would sit there and do nothing. And what's annoying is that it's waiting for me to say more. It heard me. It knows I said lab, but it's waiting for me to say more. And I've never seen that, Ben. That I've never seen. But then again, maybe I don't talk about stuff like that with people a lot on the phone. But and what it was waiting for me to continue speaking. The problem is I didn't want to continue speaking. I wanted to put that word in. And I can't say it twice because then it puts it in twice. It's like, I want you to put the one word I said in. And I'm going to keep redoing this over and over again until you put that one fucking word in. And then I will continue speaking. Because I'm going to make sure you got that word right instead of changing it to something else again. It took me 7 tries to get it to finally put that word in. Oh, it was so dumb. Something interesting happened yesterday. The mayor of Edgewood, my town, asked me to show up for the town hall meeting yesterday. I didn't know she was the mayor at the time. I thought she was a commissioner. But when I got there, I realized her little plaque said mayor. And I'm thinking, why the hell did they want me at this town hall meeting? You know, okay, it's a town hall meeting. It's interesting. Usually I glance at it online, and I should go to them more often, but god damn, is it long. I got there at 6:30, and I finally left at 11 o'clock because I was too tired. But I found out why she wanted me there. Yeah, happens a lot. You know why it happens? Because as you get older, the language around you evolves. The language around you changes. But you don't. You still have the language when you learned it 20, 30, 40 years ago. So your context cues are beginning to differ from the people around you. Far out, rad, badass, kick ass, all these phrases that we use, they change as our culture evolves. Usually because our children want to be different than us. So, radical. You're not going to see a kid say radical anywhere. All right? Our generation said radical, but their generation won't, because that's our word, and they want their own words. So, each generation tries to evolve their culture to be different than the previous generation's culture. And sometimes it recycles back around. What was old becomes new again. Is that... Oh, that's just... Okay, the stream is just... My view of the stream is just low quality here. Okay. Let me pause that. I don't need to see it. As our generation changes the meanings... Well, it wasn't a city council meeting. It was a town hall, state of the town meeting. So they go over the minutes. They go over agenda items. We had a big shuffle in town here in the last couple years. You guys remember that when I pissed off a lot of people in town by calling them lazy pieces of shit. They were not happy with me, but it worked. We had a 400% increase in voter turnout. 70% of eligible voters came out to vote, when typically only about 15 to 20% come out and vote. So I may have pissed them off, but it worked. It rattled their chains, and they came out and vote. And you can't really affect national politics, but you can have an impact on local politics if you live in a smaller town. Once the town gets above 30, 40,000 people, you start to lose impact because your power is divided by the number of people in the town. And but we had a big upset in the form of government here. We ousted the previous mayor, Mayor Bassett. I don't think he was a bad guy. I mean, even if some of the things they say are true, I believe that's just okay. There's nepotism, and then there's nepotism. There's a difference. You can have something that's not really nepotism, but it's technically nepotism because you're related in some way. But in a small town, that's common. You have a limited number of people who want to do these things. But I don't think he was malicious. I don't think he was a bad person. In fact, I don't even think what he was doing was wrong, per se. He was trying to empire build. He was trying to turn Edgewood into an actual city. And the problem is, that's not what the citizens of the city want. And when the citizens of the city made clear to him that's not what they want, he basically said, fuck you, it's my town. He didn't actually say that, but his actions said that. And that's when he became bad. So I don't think he was a bad person, and I don't even think what he was trying to do was bad. I think just what he was trying to do wasn't what people wanted. Yeah, slang changes. And oh Jesus. So yeah, so the new generation tries to find new ways to express themselves, and the problem is that breaks our brain's context algorithms. So as we get older, we make more mistakes because the context algorithm isn't correct anymore. If you were talking to someone from your generation, you wouldn't miss nearly as many words as you think you are. But because you're talking to people who are not of your generation, you're missing more words because your context algorithm isn't the same. It's not running the same algorithm as the people you're talking to. So it's like a biochemist trying to talk to a particle physicist. They're both going to have to slow down and explain things to each other because they don't have that context algorithm built up in their brain. So last summer, there was a lady who had it's what we call a nuisance property, where it's a really dirty, messed up property, trash everywhere. And I got a bunch of people to volunteer and help out to try to help her clean it up, and we did a pretty decent effort. It's not done, but we did a pretty decent effort. Got more than half the place cleaned up, and they wanted to recognize me for that at the thing. I didn't know they were going to do that, and they even gave me this cute little plaque. There we go. And I kind of have mixed feelings about that because I didn't do a whole lot. I didn't pick up hardly any trash. I couldn't bend over and do that. So, I brought my canopy and a barbecue, and I cooked food and brought water and everything. So, the people who were doing the work could, have an enjoyable experience. And so, I'd rather them get the credit. The people who busted their asses filling a 40-yard dumpster in 3 hours. Like, filled it. Like, by the time I got there, it's full already? Yeah, they filled it. So those people busted their asses. All I did was, I was a squeaky wheel. I made a lot of noise to get people to do that. I'm the one who organized it. Because people were bitching about her. They were telling them to sick the wolves on her, call the zoning office and, what? Okay. When I say sick the wolves on her, that's literal. Not wolves, of course, but they're going to destroy her. And I'm not bad-mouthing the town or government when I say that. It's a fact of reality. It's like saying a shark is bad for eating a fish. That's what a shark does. The shark would die if it didn't. So a shark isn't bad for eating a fish. A shark isn't bad for mistaking a human being as a sea lion and biting him. All right, the shark doesn't understand the difference. Well, a government, they only have one way to get people to do something, and that's, well, two ways. There's only two ways to get people to do something, and that's incentive and violence. There's no other way. It's not like they choose not to do any other way. There is no other way. The town can only, as a governmental entity, they can only do two things: provide incentives for things, or pick up a stick and threaten you with it. So all they can, they can't go over and clean up her property for her, because then they'd have to do that for everybody. Okay, so they can't do that. They don't have the resources. Even if they wanted to do that, they can't. You know, we got 4,000 people. What are they going to do? Clean up 4,000 yards? Everybody would stop cleaning their yards if the city's just going to come and clean it up for you. So they have to use a stick. And the only way they can respond to that would be to send her a letter saying, okay, you're in violation. You have to take care of this. Well, what happens if she doesn't? Because she can't. She's disabled. She could barely walk 100 feet. She's going to clean up 5 acres? Literally, 5 acres of garbage. She's going to clean that up? No, of course not. If she picked up a piece of garbage every day for the rest of her life, she wouldn't put a dent in it. So she literally cannot comply. There is no doesn't want to comply. She can't. She can't comply. And so what do? They can't just let her not comply, because then nobody would listen to the law. So they then have to bring out the stick and actually use it. Well, they can't arrest her. She hasn't committed a crime. This is an ordinance. It's not a crime. So all they can do is financially ruin her. They can put a lien on her house for the fines that they claim she owes for not complying with the cleanup order, and then they'll take her home from her. Well, what have you solved? You've just made a family homeless. That's what I mean by sicking the wolves on her. It's not that it's part of the reason why I use wolves. Because when wolves pack up and attack you, they're not bad. They're not malicious. They're not evil. They're just doing the only thing a wolf can do. Well, the town is doing the only thing a town can do. Ask you to clean it up. When you don't, threaten you to clean it up. When you don't, fine you. And when you don't pay the fines, they sheriff sell your house and take it from you. So, well, you don't have a choice. Violence is the only answer. I mean, think about it. I love when people say, okay, I'm a robber and I'm going to rob you. Stop me without violence. I'll call the police. That's violence! You're just outsourcing your violence to an officer with a gun and a badge. Just because your hand isn't conducting the violence doesn't mean you're not using violence. You're just getting somebody else to do it for you. So it always comes down to violence. Why do you listen to a cop when he gives you an order? Because he's going to beat the shit out of you if you don't. And you know it, so you comply. That's why. The only actual power the government has is a monopoly on violence. That's the only actual power they have. That's the only reason anybody does anything they say. The trick is to keep them good. Well, exactly, because when another nation decides they want your land, you're going to have to use violence. That's not it's not the way I'd like it to work. Well, that depends on your definition of legal. I define legal as constitutional. I define what the government does as enforced. So courts don't define what is legal. Courts define what will be enforced. The Constitution defines what is legal. When the court is constitutional, then they are both enforced and legal. But I don't know. I mean, it's nice. I like it. It's beautiful. And I should go to more of those meetings. But you know something else? Just real quick before we get into this stuff that we're supposed to be getting into. We're not going political here. This is small town stuff, and it's fascinating. Something I forgot, and this is something that we have to remember to remind ourselves of. When I was at the town hall meeting yesterday, and the 5 commissioners, the mayor and the 4 commissioners were up there, and we got to meet the town manager. I'm gonna meet with the town manager in the next week because I found out that we have a lab at our library, so I'm gonna offer them some 3D printers. I've got enough of them. I might hit up one of the companies and see if they'll donate printers, because it'd be nice to have new printers and that are all the same. Like if I can get 2 Ender 5s or 3 Ender 2 Pros, that'd be nice, because then they'd be all the same, because an Ender 5 is reliable. It's just rock solid. But I'll volunteer to maintain them, so I'll come in once a month and go over them, make sure they're good, and tune them up. But see if Simplify 3D will donate a license, and then I'll install Cura, Prusa Slicer, Idea Maker, and Simplify 3D, so you can try all 4 of them. And we tend to deify people in charge. And when I was at that town hall meeting yesterday, I realized these people aren't the brightest tools in the shed. And I don't mean that in a derogatory manner. What I mean is, they're normal people. They're no different than me, Michelle, my neighbor Robert, or anybody else. They're not special. They're not trained. They're not professionals. They might be professionals in whatever they did in life, but they're not professional politicians. They're not professionals running this town. They're regular people who got the vote. And it's important to remember that, because you think, oh, that didn't go right. Why are these people fucking up? What are we paying taxes for? They're regular people. And they're trying to figure out how to do what they're doing as they're doing it, just like we would. And it's important that we remind ourselves. You see, I don't consider them politicians in the same way as Washington, where definitely, yes, eat the politicians. But these people, they're not politicians. They're citizens of this town. And they're just trying to do a good job. I genuinely believe they are trying to do a good job. Now, whether they have an innate corruptness and they're gonna go for power, kind of like Bassett did. Not really corruptness, but that urge, that need, that drive to empire build. I don't see that. The one guy I do, the powers guy, I see that little bit of power drive in him. That's not a bad thing, but I see where he could go down that way. And yeah, and they usually do it for free. But it's important for citizens to remember that as well, because how you interact. When I interact with a police officer, I expect respect and professionalism from that police officer, because he's handed a badge, a gun, a license to kill, and he's supposed to be trained. He's supposed to be a professional. But the mayor, the commissioner, they're not professionals. They're citizens, which means they also have the same raw emotions that we have. And sometimes they fuck up. Like last night, I think they really fucked up a little bit. And I bring this down to their ignorance, their amateurness in not knowing how to do things, because they're regular people that think they're trying to do the right thing. So this one guy proposed to the town that they should form an EOC, an Emergency Operations Center. I still have to look up exactly what that is, because I think it's just a clerical position, like clerk or treasurer. Okay. And now 2 of the members of the council don't want it. They think it's a waste of time. It's a time sink. It's going to waste resources, and they might be right. But the problem is they're all wrong. I mean, maybe I just have an unusual aspect from this, but. And I told them so. In my ignorance, I told them so, that I think they're making a mistake, because they don't have information. I can see it on their faces that these At least 4 of the 5 are acting on emotions. They're acting on their feelings. And we are emotional creatures. That's how we interact with the world. Everything has an emotional bias to it. And they are acting on emotions here in an information void. They have an information vacuum. I'm not agreeing with either side. I don't know if we need an EOC. I don't know if we should eventually have an EOC. I don't know. But what I do know is I can't tell you the answer to that without information. No, but they tried to use that to reinforce. This started over a year ago, so this is well before Ohio. The problem is they have an information void. They're saying we already have the people who are against it are saying we already have it with our JPAs with Santa Fe. JPAs are joint power agreement. Yeah, joint power agreement. So when we have a fire, Santa Fe Fire Department comes out and deals with it. Because we don't have our own fire department. We have our own police department, but not our own fire department, which I find kind of weird. We should have got a fire department before we got a police department. I mean, police should be a pretty low priority thing. We got the state police right there on 66, half a mile from our police department. So I think we should have gotten a fire department before we got a police department, but whatever. I think it's easier to get funding for police than it is to get funding for fire. A police cruiser's $60,000, while a fire truck is $1.5 million. There's a big difference in costs, and also revenue. Police can earn you revenue. So I think the correct decision would have been no decision. Do nothing. Pause whatever you're trying to do. And then the town manager, the 5 commissioners, Mr. Berger, who's trying to run the EOC, and then bring in the city lawyer, and then also set up a meeting with the Santa Fe EOC chief, and sit down and figure out what is Edgewood's legal obligations and what are the ramifications of these 2 decisions and the pros and cons of these 2 decisions, and what does it stand for, what does it mean. That's what they need to do. They need to stop acting on their emotions and gather information before they do anything. Yeah, fire equipment is very, very expensive. Yep. Like I said, police cruiser, 60 grand, fire truck, $1.5 million. Ladder truck, go on. But still, yeah, there's a big difference in equipment cost there. A police car is just a car with stickers and lights and a radio. A fire truck is a dedicated piece of heavy machinery, so there's a big cost difference. So the problem is both sides of this equation are acting out of emotion in an information vacuum. And the most powerful thing a public servant can say, the most powerful thing, you will instantly have a notch more respect from me if you can honestly mean it when you utter these words. I do not know, but I'm going to find out for you. That's the most powerful thing a public servant can say. Because it says they actually heard you, and they acknowledge their lack of information, and they're going to rectify that. And that's not what they did. These 2 wanted to kill it, these 2 wanted to keep it, and this guy was in the middle. I also understand the perspective of the guy who's trying to create the AOC. Hey, Mike, we're going to talk about embossing designs into 3D prints today. It came out pretty cool. And also how 3D printing is not always unicorns and fairy dust. Sometimes shit goes to the wall and you just got to go. And I also understand Mr. Berger's position. He's trying to make his mark in the world. He's trying to do something that he'll be remembered for. He's trying to do something that he thinks will be beneficial for the town. And, well, the guy is on death's doorstep. The guy's old. And he knows if they put the EOC on the back burner, he'll be dead before they take it back off the back burner. And he knows that. And that's why he is pushing so hard to do it. Because he knows he won't be around long enough if he doesn't do it now. And so I understand the position of all 3 of them. But what all three of them have to realize, when I say three, I mean three sides. The side that wants to dissolve it, the side that wants to keep it, and the side that wants to run it, regardless. What they all need to realize is that I don't care what you want. What you want doesn't matter. If you give a shit about what you want, quit, resign, and go back to being a regular voter. Okay? But when you took on that position of public servant, your job became what I want, not what you want. Anytime your job becomes what you want, you're failing. You're not doing your job. You're supposed to be a public servant, not a self-servant. It's public servant, not self-servant. And when I say do what I want, I don't mean what Chris Taylor, the individual, wants, because what I want also doesn't matter. What matters is the aggregate group of Edgewood Town. What is best for Edgewood, and also what the people of Edgewood want. So that sometimes means not doing what's in their best interest if they don't want it. Like, for example, maybe empire building and turning Edgewood into a city is the best thing for Edgewood. That's what Mr. Bassett wanted to do. But it doesn't matter. The people of Edgewood don't want it. The people of Edgewood moved to Edgewood because it wasn't Albuquerque. They want the rural lifestyle. They want acre plots of land, not cookie cutter houses where everybody's up each other's asses. And you also have to abide by what the people want. And they don't want an empire. And that's where Mr. Bassett failed. He failed in his duty as a public servant. He started doing what he wanted, even if it was a good thing. He started doing what he wanted instead of what the people wanted. Now, also, if the people want something dumb, you got to tell them no. But if it's not dumb, well, then you're supposed to do what the people want. And I didn't say it, of course, but they had a public comment section where people can say what they want. And my question, I didn't say it, but my question was, I'm not interested in telling you what I want. I'm interested in how do I make you do what I want? Because that's how it's supposed to work. But all three of those groups of people forgot their primary duty: serve the public. And to serve the public, you have to be informed. You have to fill that information vacuum with the information you need to make a proper, knowledgeable, educated decision. Maybe that decision will be, we have to spend the $150,000 to form an EOC. Maybe that decision will be, we don't need an EOC. And it's just going to be a cash sink on the town. But you can't answer that because you're sitting inside an information vacuum. And you need to fill that with information and put your emotions on the back burner. The people who want to dissolve it need to get over themselves and put it on the back burner. The people who want to keep it need to get over themselves and put it on the back burner. The guy trying to form it, I feel bad for the guy because he's going to die soon. He's got to be 80, 85 years old. You know, white hair, balding, he can barely walk. I mean, honestly, he shouldn't even be in charge of an EOC. He's not physically fit enough to be in charge of an EOC. I don't think his brain can operate fast enough. You need someone, that's where you need a 40 or 50-year-old to run an EOC. Because younger than 40, they don't have enough experience. Older than 60, and their brains are starting to slow down. You need a person who can react quick. You know, Walmart's on fire. What do? You can't wait 15 minutes to figure out what to do. You have to begin some action right now. And the Santa Fe EOC did that. In 6 minutes, they were there. Okay? So I feel bad for him, but he's got to do what's best for the town. Maybe he can make his mark by helping Edgewood make the correct decision. Help guide them toward the correct decision, even if it means he's not in charge of it. But I understand, you don't want to die and be forgotten as nothing. You want to try to leave your mark, and I get that, and I feel sad that he might not be able to. So they compromise by suspending indefinitely the process, which is the same thing as dissolving it. No, it's not. Yes, it is. You just dissolved it with nicer words. But, and maybe that's the right choice. But the problem is they were operating in a vacuum. And exactly. He wants a legacy. We all want it. We want to not be forgotten. we don't want to be forgotten. We don't want history to erase us. And as we get older and we recognize our mortality, you know, it's depressing. It's very, very depressing to realize that one day you're going to be gone and that's it. The world will forget you. And that's kind of sad. You know, but we have 7 billion people or 7 trillion people on the planet. We can't remember everybody. 7 billion. You know, we can't remember everybody. It's just there's too many people. So, I don't know, it was an interesting experience and one I should involve myself in more often. Even if I don't do anything, just to have the experience, just to have that knowledge and that exposure to that system, I think would be beneficial. And I think more people should attend that kind of thing. And more people should remember to leave their emotions behind. You know, leave their feelings behind, leave their emotions behind, leave their whims, their desires, and their wants behind, and recognize the purpose here is to guide the town to a better place for the most people in the town. So the aggregate whole. It's a form of communism. There's an aspect of communism to that, except we're doing it with elected officials. I tell people this stuff is all mixed together. There's no pure communism. There's no pure socialism. It's all a mix. And you got to balance it. You got to get those scales all balanced so you have the right amount of sugar and the right amount of flour and the right amount of chocolate chips to get those delicious cookies. Because too much of any of them and they taste icky. Even if it's the good ingredients, they taste icky if you don't get the balance right, if you don't get the ratios right. So, well, that brings up getting the ratios right on a 3D printer. Because this thing's been driving me crazy. I've actually had to abandon using some of my printers because it's just too cold in this house for them to operate correctly. Basically any of the printers with a glass bed, that silicon dioxide bed, that carbon bed or glass bed or a PEI sheet, they just don't. Yeah, true. There's always room for more chocolate chips. Just take the whole bag. Pretty good, Sean. All of my printers with the SDI beds and the glass beds just would not work. The parts kept separating from the bed, and of course, once the part separates from the bed, it fails. And it made it that far before I had a brim out to here, and it made it that far before it finally broke free. You know, after 11 hours, it broke free and separated from the bed. I'm making a snaky rocket, and so I have a folder full of files that I've downloaded over the past. I have no idea where this file came from, but I have this Viper head that was proportioned correctly that I can put my nose cone inside of it, and so I can make this into a nose cone or a rocket. So Estes had this rocket called the Wacky Wiggler. I think it was called the Wacky Wiggler, and it was themed after a snake. And basically, the rocket had a whole bunch of segments that instead of being attached could actually separate, and they were all attached by a shock cord. So when the rocket fired its ejection charge, the rocket broke up into 10 pieces all connected by a string. And so it looked like a snake wiggling around in the sky as it came down. So I decided I wanted to make a big version of that rocket. And I found this Viper head, and I turned that into a nose cone, so I still have to reprint this. You know, I might be able to just print that section as a prototype. That would be good enough. But I fear that if I tried to glue that on there and I didn't glue it right, that would blow off when the ejection charge fired. So I'll probably just reprint it. But yeah, this part's not vase mode. It's 2 walls with I think it's 10 or 15% rectilinear infill, so very light infill. So it's still relatively light. This will be 140 grams finished, which is not bad. Most of my nose cones are about 100 grams, so it's only a 40-gram penalty for a nice, cool-looking nose cone. And it's pretty rigid. I was surprised how rigid this is. This is more than rigid enough. But of course, not being vase mode takes a whole lot longer to print. Most of this could print in vase mode, but it would be a bitch to create the cuts in this. I'd have to do each cut individually, and that would really... And the only way to do a cut in something like this is to... I'd have to duplicate the head, put a box over the head, and then use the head to cut the outside profile of this out of that box, and then use that box to cut the rib. The problem is then this very complicated model, which is really pushing Tinkercad to its limit, would be duplicated in every single rib. So I would have 16 of these plus the original. That would be 17 of these snake heads. I think Tinkercad would crash. And when you get too complicated with Tinkercad, with too complicated geometry being duplicated over and over again, well, the only way I can get around that would be duplicate the head, cut the box, cut the rib, export the rib as an STL, then re-import the rib as an STL, which gets rid of all that history and that complex geometry and turns it into a simple geometry, and then I have to do that for each rib. That's a lot of work to save 40 grams. And on top of that, the top of the snake's head, where the pits are for his sensing, those are almost horizontal, so they can't be vase printed. You need in, like, right about here, I switched to 25% infill in order to provide the support to print the top of the head. So it was easier just to say, okay, we'll blow 40 grams and we'll print it with regular printing mode. Problem solved. Not everything has to be vase mode. But something maybe you guys can help me with. Maybe one of you guys is a modeler or knows a modeler. Now keep in mind, this is a commercial project. I plan to sell this as a kit. I believe it's morally important that I mention that. But I need somebody who can make me a snakeskin tube. I need somebody who can take an 80 millimeter by 200 millimeter cylinder and put a snakeskin on it. So I need 1/3 belly and 2/3 scales, so that when I put the rocket together, it'll look like a snake shaft down the whole length of the rocket. I think that'd be really cool. But there's a couple of restrictions. I need low profile. That means no more than 3 millimeters, maybe 4 millimeters from lowest to highest detail. So a very low profile 3D scale pattern. Also, no part of the pattern can be perpendicular to the bed. So no part of the scale can be perpendicular with the bed. It has to be vase mode compatible. So everything has to be 45 degrees to vertical. How do you do that with Idea Maker? You said Idea Maker can do that? I have Idea Maker. Where is that? I haven't figured out how to do that yet. I don't want a lithophane pattern. I want a 3-dimensional pattern. When you feel it, when you pick it up, I want you to feel scales. Idea Maker. Where's Idea? I have Idea Maker. Where'd I put it? Where would I get the texture, though? Let's talk to a scammer. Hello, scammer.
Hi, my name is Daniel calling from American Solar. How are you doing today?
Hi, scammer. How you doing? You've spoofed my phone number, so I know you're a scammer. He hung up. That's the one advantage of keeping my 215 number, is that I live in 505. Which means pretty much anybody calling from 215 that I don't recognize is a scammer. And what they'll do is, my phone number is 215791. And so what they'll do is they'll copy the first 6 digits of my phone number. They'll spoof their CNAME to be 215791, and then a different set of, like, this one was 8132. And the problem is, if you don't have a cell phone, or if you have a local cell phone, you'll think it's a local calling you because it's a similar number to you. It's your same area code and your same subcode. And so they'll spoof the first 6 digits of your phone number so you think it's somebody local calling you. So now that I live in 505 area code, I know anybody calling with a 215791 number is a scammer by definition, because it's a fake number. The probability of somebody calling me with the same first 6 digits of my phone number when I don't live in that area is essentially 0. And of course, they hate when you tell them outright you're a scammer. They hate that. Some of them call you Buta or call you names or "Hey, you fuck your mother, don't you?" You know, their accent really comes out then, and then or they just do that. They just hang up. But some of them get outright angry. It's like, you're a criminal trying to scam me. Why are you getting angry at me for calling you out on it? Oh my god. Where the hell is Idea Maker? Insta360, Inkscape. I know I have it. Lightburn, longer wear. That's Cura. Alright, let's go into folders. Sometimes I wonder, where are my programs? I had Idea Maker on this computer. I know I did, because I was using it for the CR30. And now it's gone. It's not here. I've had Prusa Slicer disappear on me too. You know, where, I come back one day and the Prusa Slicer's just not there anymore. It's like, where'd it go? I didn't uninstall it. All right, let's go get it again. Hey, DeWitt, how are you doing? Oh, I didn't know Idea Maker was by Raise 3D. So, because it's so cold in here, it's about 60 degrees in this room, which means it's about 55 degrees at the end of the house in the bathroom. And I guess once you dip below 55 degrees, that's too cold for those glass print surfaces to work. What happens, the temperature delta between the top of the print and the bottom of the print gets to be too great, and it pulls itself off the bed. And you can't just increase the temperature anymore, because if I go above 65 Celsius on the bed, yes, we do. They have no teeth, because the people with money have more money. So yeah, it really, our do not call roll laws really don't have any teeth. They're very hard to enforce, intentionally so. They can enforce them very easily. Do you know how you enforce a do not call list? You fine the phone companies for allowing the calls to go through. And you watch how fucking fast they'll find a solution to it. Because my heater broke. My heater stopped working, and I have to run an electric heater, and I cannot afford to run any more than one. Because each electric heater costs $168.32 per month to run. And so my electric bill is almost $300 just running the one heater. I simply can't afford to turn on any more heaters. I would need 4 of them to heat this house. That'd be $1,000. That's what I have. I have a heat pump. It died. It doesn't work anymore. But kind of. Air conditioners aren't quite as good as heat pumps. Well, we got heated blankets, and they work great. The problem is, today's pretty nice out. It's 50 degrees. It's going to be 50 degrees out, so it'll actually get to a decent temperature in here. But yeah, there are days where I'm sitting here at the bench working, and I'm shivering. Like, I'm actually shivering. Not now. It's pretty good now, but anyway, the temperature got cold enough where those 3D printers just would not work anymore. They were printing fine, but they kept separating from the bed. So I had to start fixing printers that have non-glass surfaces. They're PLA, so you really don't want to do that. It would be really hard to find that ideal balance without overheating them. It's easier just to stop using those printers and start using printers that have build-tech, fake-tech type surfaces, PC surfaces, surfaces that stick better without separating in colder temperatures. So that's why I'm getting the Two Trees Core XYs going. And I gotta go find my Ender 3s. I know I have a couple Ender 3s. and I gotta get them going because even if they don't have a even if they have a glass surface, it'd be pretty easy to change them to something else. Let's go with 4.3.2. But dangerous too. I live in a mobile home. Last thing I need is to put a flammable box around a flammable printer in a flammable house. That's asking for it. I'm very fire averse just because it's such a big threat here. Oh, it's in a Raze. There's a Raze 3D folder. I bet you that's why I couldn't find it. Yeah. Yes, the original Ender 3 bed is the sticker, and the newer Ender 3s is that flexible magnetic bed, which is garbage. Let's go with dark. Other third-party printer. There we go. Let's go. Let's just go Creality Ender 3 Pro. Oh, we have a fire department, but it's not town-owned. Well, there's actually 3 of them around here, but they're Santa Fe fire departments. One's Bernalillo, 2's Santa Fe, I think. But they're not controlled by Edgewood. They're not Edgewood Fire Department. They're Santa Fe Fire Department. We're a part of Santa Fe County. So these are just... So these aren't vetted. These are just generic. Whatever. I'm just going to modify whatever comes in. Okay, so how do you do this texture thing in Idea Maker? Let's see, hammer. And here's Segnose. I guess first thing is, will Idea Maker correctly slice my files? All right, got to remember how to do this. Toolbar? Nope. Nope. That's an STL. How the hell do you modify the goddamn settings in Idea Maker? Where the hell are the settings? Well, that's good. Although if you got vaccinated, you'd be fine. Not when it's 50 degrees in the room. It pop right off the damn bed. And also, you cannot print PLA cold on a glass bed. It has to be heated. PLA will not stick to a cold glass bed. A build tack, fake tack bed, yes. Although heat helps. Especially with nosy cats. I've seen the cat go up and go pat pat on the print, and I'm like, you knock that print off of there, you're fucking Chinese food tonight. Like, we're gonna cook you, cat. We're gonna eat you. Where the hell is the goddamn settings button to configure the slicer? Are you serious? Is there... Do I have to click start slicing? Yeah, that's the dumbest thing in the world. You have to click start slicing. Why? No, I don't think this is it. What the hell? Oh, here it is. Sort of. Printer type, then you have to click the gear. This is not intuitive software. This is not even slightly intuitive software. None of this is what I want. This is printer configuration. Maybe PLA? Nope. That's specific to the plastic. Where the fuck is the slicer settings? Did they massively change this software or something like that? This is horrible. Oh, I think I finally found it. You have to go to main template, black filament, and then go to edit, then go to advanced. What a horrible interface. Turn you off, turn you off, turn you off, turn you off. I don't want information. I want you to do what the hell I told you. Don't argue with me. Do as you're told. Let's see. 432. I guess you'd get used to it after a while. This is a little better than their old interface. It was just hard to find. There should be a button on the main screen that brings me right to this. I shouldn't have to go through 4 steps to get to this. No, everything is 1. That's 1. That's 1. That's fine. Spiral vase mode. What is this? I don't know. I think merge nearby lines is similar to minimum gap radius in Prusa Slicer, so I need it to be 0. No, I don't want to open a link. I want you to do what I told you to do. Arr. Let's see, 46, 5, that's all. That's irrelevant. We're doing vase mode. That's irrelevant. We're doing vase mode. Infill doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Skirt only is fine, but where is my settings? Here it is. 15 millimeters per second is good. Skirt loops 2. Offset from model at least 5. That's good. Cooling. We definitely want to blip the fan to full power. Layer 1, 0. Layer 3, go to 100%. Heat bed 60, extruder, we're going to do 220. I need good melt. Let's see. I don't need temperature control this. 60 and 220 is fine. We're going to go 50 millimeters per second. We're going to set it all to 50. Okay. First layer speed is 16 millimeters per second. Infill speed doesn't matter. Solid fill doesn't matter. Travel doesn't matter. Thin wall doesn't matter. Set it for 50. Gap filling doesn't matter. We're not going to mess with that or ooze or other or special. Okay. I think that is good enough. Slice. Yes. Let's see if it butchers my model. This is a simple one. It's just a cylinder. I want to. Why would you ask me to preview it? Just preview it. I click slice. Just show it to me. Don't talk to me. Don't negotiate with me. Just show it to me. Show retractions. Okay. I'm assuming retractions. Really? You made the retractions. Look at this. I think that's a retraction. That little tiny itty bitty X. I'm supposed to see that? No, retraction's orange. Oh, yeah, that is orange. I'm supposed to see that little tiny X. Yeah, that's useful. I'll have to send them some feedback on that. But I don't see any more of those X's anywhere. Let's see, layers. Nope, it's breaking the model, see? See how some of these are broken? That's not supposed to be that way. Interesting. Why? These ribs are all identical, and yet these three are broken, and this isn't. All right, so it does not correctly slice my models, and I don't know if I can figure out the settings to make it slice my models. Close preview. Look what I have to do to get to slicer settings. I have to click on this tool, I think. Nope. That's not it. Maybe it's this one. Then I have to click this. Nope. Why is this so hard? To get to the fucking settings. It has to be this. But it's not. Is it this? Is it this? Why is this so hard? Why is there no button to take me to the goddamn slicer settings? I mean, this has got to be the most asinine UI I've ever seen. Once you're in the settings, they make sense. They look good. But how the hell do I get to the goddamn slicer settings? I don't even know how I got to that window. Double-clicking that doesn't work? Oh, that's right. I have to click Start Slicing. I don't want to slice. I want to set the slice. This UI is bad. It's really, really bad. Idea Maker, you got to work on this. I don't care if your users are used to this. This is a bad UI. I have to click on Start Slicing. Then I have to click on Black Filament. Then I have to click on Edit. Okay, now once I've picked Advanced, it takes me there. Okay, that is 1, 2, 3 clicks to get to a screen that I have to use every single time I put something in this program. This screen should come up when I click that tool. When I click that wrench, this is what should be in my face. One click on the right, where? There's nothing here. Right click doesn't do anything. Where? I clicked all of them. That doesn't take me there. 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 And that doesn't take me there. That's for uploading. This is a prepare to slice. Can I get to it from in here? Is this one? No, that doesn't get me there. This one? That doesn't get me there. CLI what? What's CLI? And this doesn't get me there. None of these options on the right get me here. The only way I can see to get there is to click on Start Slicing. I have to pick this, and then I have to pick Edit. And that gets me to this window. I've never seen a slicing program where you have to click so many times to get to the most important part of the entire program. Like, literally, there's nothing more important than a screen. This shouldn't even bring this up. All right, this should bring me to... Let's see, it's 1, 2, 3, 4... 5. It took me 5 clicks to get to a screen that should take no more than 2. Now, which one did you say I should click? This doesn't do it. That doesn't do it. That doesn't do it. That doesn't do it. And this one down here doesn't do it. What about, can I click on this? Nope. There's 5 options here, and none of the 5 bring me to that window. Now, is there a way in one of these to get there? But I can do that by clicking here, too. This one? Okay, that one does it. Okay, so that's 1 and 2. At least it's only 2 clicks. It should be 1, but at least it's only 2. But how are you going to guess that that's the one you got to click? Well, it says black filament there. But even that doesn't make any sense unless you already know from going here that you have to click on the filament. The only reason I even know that is because when I see that same name here. Black filament and then edit. But this wrench should take me directly to this screen. I got a thing about bad UIs. It's one of the reasons that I'm not a huge fan of Prusa Slicer and Cura, is that the UIs are just not very good. That doesn't even make any sense. I mean, I guess, well, I guess in a closed ecosystem like Raised 3D, I could see that making sense. Maybe from Raised 3D's perspective, that makes more sense. Okay, what could I change to stop it from erasing my model? It's got to be something related to thin wall or gap or minimum distance to force it. It's trying to be smart, and I need to turn off the smarts. This sounds like it might be it right here. See, merge the nearby lines if 2 lines are too close. Yeah, that's minimum gap radius from Prusa. That should do it. Turning this to 0 should cause it to disable. Yeah, it says disable the function. That usually this setting here is what causes it to erase parts of my model. XY compensation is set to 0, which should be good. Let's turn off seam. Even though it's vase mode, maybe it's thinking, no, there's 3 different points. Oh, all the non-manifold edges will be printed. Single shell, that might be it. Okay. I wish I could... Why is there no option to disable this? I'm going to have to hit yes to this every single time I slice one of my models. It should be, okay, I understand. Now shut the fuck up and go away and never bother me again. But no, I got to click yes every time. I'm ranting about UIs today. Now, why do I have to click preview? I just told you to slice the model. Obviously, I want to see the model. I shouldn't have to click preview. It's these little things that are just like, why? Why do you do this? Nope, it's making it worse. See, it's deleting more of the model. I just told it to print every surface, and it's specifically not printing every surface. Like, actually, some parts is better. This was printing fine before, and now this isn't printing. Is that the through wall? Where's the through wall? Oh, I see what it was trying to do. It sealed up my seam. I told it to print all surfaces, and it decided, well, all surfaces except that surface. I'm going to erase that surface and pretend it's not there. Because that's what it did. It deleted my seam. This is where the seam should be. This would never work. This is... Oh, no, wait a minute. There's a seam over here. I see it right... No, that's one of them. Okay, no, there's the seam. Okay, so it got the... No, it didn't. It merged them. Why did it overlap them? I mean, that will be nice and strong. But this should be 2 lines, not 1. I think I see what it's doing. It's doing this side for this half and this side for this half. Which could actually work. That would actually be incredibly strong. Except that's not what I told it to do. Boy, if I can make it purposely do that, that would be a really strong joint. That joint would never give. If I could figure out a way to intentionally do that. I wonder if I do a model. Is that where my seam is? Or where's the front? Okay, this is the front of the model. No, that is the seam. Because I have the seam on the right-hand side. But no, the seam should not be... Let's go to the top. What? That is one of the straight ones. That could be the seam. And if I could figure out a way to do this on purpose... But see, now the problem is it's gapping these, and it shouldn't be. See how there's a gap here? This gap should not be here. So this model will not have the strength it's supposed to have. It looks like it's... Oh, it's erasing all of my gaps. See how they're all single? That's why. It's erasing all my gaps. These should all be double lines. Once out, once in. I'll show you. Oh, it's on the wrong side. It's on the big screen. We're good. See? Yeah, it is on the right-hand side. That is where the seam is supposed to be. Boy, if I could figure out how to make it do that on purpose, I might switch to Idea Maker for slicing these files, but... See? All these lines are double lines. See? Out, in, out, stay out, go around, come back, go back in, out, in. See, this is phase mode. But what Idea Maker is doing is it's doing what I told it not to do. It's interpreting the model, and I told it not to interpret the model, but it's interpreting the model. So it's ignoring the gap, and it's turning my little U-turn into a single line. And then the problem is it's stopping that single line well before the outer wall, so I'm not going to get fusion. This will not glue. This is not touching this. That gap is way too big. This is 0.4 millimeters, so that is 0.8 millimeters. So this might require me to make a zero gap cut. But if I make a zero gap cut, it's going to do this. And I need it to only do this once. But if I could figure out how to make it do this intentionally, that'd be badass. That'd be a very strong seam. It'd be an unbreakable seam. It would not break. The model would fail here before it failed here. But this will never print correctly. Well, anyway, how do I do the texture thing? I saw texture here somewhere. Texture. I don't have an option. Oh, I have to click on a model? Yeah. Embedded texture. How do I do it? It doesn't do anything. Custom. Mapping cylinder. Import from Idea Maker library. Ooh, there's half of it. Dragon scales. What I need is a mixture of dragon scales and industrial wall turned 90 degrees. Because then I could, because what I want is 2/3 scales and 1/3 belly. You probably can use your own pattern, I would imagine. But how do I make a pattern? And can I modify these patterns? You know what I can do? I can fake it. I can make two. Yeah, I can make two of them. I can make one with scales, one with belly, and then I can bring both of those into Tinkercad and screw with them to my heart's content. Hang on, I'll show you. I need a 200 millimeter base pattern to work off of, and then I can modify it to my... All I need is a base cylinder, and then I can do whatever the heck I want. So, take a cylinder, and then we are going to make it 80 by 80. Increase the number of sides. Why does it always miss? 200 millimeter tall. Assuming I can export an STL from Idea Maker. If I can't export an STL from Idea Maker, this is not going to work. Let's see here. There we go. I have a basic cylinder. Export STL. Smooth Lulia Usum. Okay. So let's do this. Delete. Yes. Downloads. There's my cylinder. So there's my basic cylinder. Making the cuts will be a little more difficult, but worth it. For this rocket, it's going to look really cool, especially with this cool snake head. Okay. texture, custom texture, more, import from Idea Maker library. No more prompts. There we go. Dragon scales. I told you no more prompts. Download files. Oh, so it's a zip file. That's cool. Okay. Let's see. Let's try this again. Import into Idea Maker. Copy. Return to Idea Maker. Oh, here we go. Download. I like that it's automatic. Yes. Okay, now, is that an actual texture, like three-dimensional? I like the scaling. The scaling's good. It's a PNG, so it's not going to be three-dimensional. The moment you add tracking, they would probably classify it as a missile. Meaning, be very careful with what you do with that. But we have made rockets with tracking. So, for example, we have radio-controlled return rockets. Matter of fact, one of the ideas that I have is to take an old like V262 drone and make the arms fold down. So kind of like grid fins. So the rocket would shoot up, and then the arms would snap out, and then I would turn on the drone and fly it back to me, so I can make the rocket come back to me every time. Nobody's done it yet, but I plan to. And then George made a Sunseeker, so he had a photo eye in the nose of a rocket, and that photo eye would aim for the sun. So he would wait until the sun was right overhead, and then launch the rocket. Now, no matter how crazy the rocket was, it would always keep trying to point to the sun. But yeah, you do want to be careful with that and not tread on the wrong footprints. Get in trouble. Definitely, absolutely, positively do not fuck around with guidance systems and explosives. Because then you will get in trouble. So don't do that. So this looks like a two-dimensional drawing, which tells me I'm not going to be able to export this. But I can try it. Let's go export model. And let's drop it on my desktop. Let's see here. And no, I do not have the model. It's just my original cylinder. Hey, Alan King, Welfare God, Darren, how are you guys doing? Welcome, Drone Shots. Welcome, Gene. Okay, so that didn't work. So there's no way to export after I've applied the texture. Let's see what this does. I hate the fact that it makes me hit yes every time. That's like thousands of times I'm going to have to click that yes button. Hey, that actually looks 3D. That's not what I wanted. What I want is this here, not this here. So what this did was, I could probably fix that by inverting it. It looks like it made the edges pop out when I want the scales to pop out. But the problem is I can't export this. Can I? I can export it as G code, but I can't export an STL. Oh, and it got rid of the entire inside. It got rid of all the insides. That's kind of lame. It's also a little bit too dramatic. You can see here that Vase mode is breaking down a little bit. I have gaps. So that doesn't work. I could probably adjust that. There's probably settings to tweak that. I assume there are settings. Maybe there isn't. What is this? What's move, repeat? Export. That's just the texture. I can't do anything with the texture. So it looks like there's no way to apply the texture and then export an STL. That's too bad, because I could probably fix this by inverting the PNG. So if I change the black to white and the white to black, just invert the image, that would probably give me the effect that I want. That's to add my own, which I probably could do. I just want to see what it would do. Let's see, downloads, here it is. Let's see. Oh, it's a texture file. It's not a PNG. Oh, that's ugly. I want to be here. What? Go away. See, it's a texture, and I don't know how to edit texture files. I was hoping I can grab a PNG and... Yeah, see, it's just grabbing the zip file with a texture file in it. That's too bad. Since eBay started applying such onerous fees that people don't want to sell on eBay anymore, unless you have stuff that's worth a decent amount of money, the eBay fees are kind of prohibitive. So the Chinese stuff tends to override. Hey, maybe that's something you guys can help me out with too. I need quick links. So I need, and I hate when the damn caps gets turned on, these things. So I need these things, but I need 2mm ones. So the smallest commonly available one I could find was 3.5mm, or about 1/8 inch. They do make 2mm ones where this is less than 1 inch long. What I need is something less than 1 inch long, because I need it to be small and light, but I need to be able to thread it closed like this. I need to use it inside of a rocket. And, you know, if I put 10 of these in a rocket, that's going to add a lot of weight, even at the 3.5. So here's the 1/8 inch one. I need smaller than this. I know they make them as low as 2mm, but I only found one site that sells them, and they're $4.50 each. Which is really expensive. Threaded bar has no strength. If you bend all thread, it's going to break. And then I would still need the M2 coupler to be able to put it together. Not a bad idea, though, but I think it would just break. So what I'm looking for is a quick link like this, but smaller and lighter, or hell, a plastic one. I haven't tried printing one. There's a quick link. Yeah, but there's no way in hell that's going to print. Sure, that's easy. Matter of fact, I'll show you how to do it right now. Now, you're limited on how much curve it can handle, but you can handle a decent little bit of curve. So let's say I want to add letters to the side of this. So we're going to create text. And I want to add these letters to the side of this model. Well, the easiest way to do that, first of all, you make it nice and thick. And then you have to rotate it into position. So we're going to do 90 degrees this way. We're going to do 90 degrees this way. And let's say I want to embed this text into this model. So the first thing you need to do is line it up where you want it. So let's say I want to center this. So there it's centered. First thing you're going to do is you're going to duplicate the tube or the shape, whatever you're embedding. You're going to turn it into a hollow, and you're going to merge that hollow with the text. Now, the reason we did that is now this text has the shape of this tube or whatever it is you line it up with. The reason we do that is so that when I push this into it as a whole, it'll be even. It'll conform to the shape of the object. So let's put it back where it was. Now this is where using your tools comes in handy. Now this is on a axis, so I don't have to change my work plane. But if I had to, I could put the work plane on the end here. And now I could use the vertical axis to move this into the model like this. So for vase mode, you want a 0.2 millimeter depression. That'll allow you to have the text in the model without breaking the vase mode. So what I would do is I'd grab this, hold down the shift key, move it, and then this here is a relative move. So I'm going to change that to negative 0.2. Turn this into a hole, and now merge them. And there you go. Now I have text embossed into the side of the model. That's actually how I did this. That's how I put the little snake on the fin of my rocket. Hiss. That's how I got the little, let me make that big for you guys. Hang on. That's how I got the little snake embossed into my fin like that. My little hisser. That's now, you can do something more complex, like if you want fancier text, you just have to convert it to an SVG. So what I would do to make it nice and simple, you can even use Notepad, but it'd be easier to use something like Photoshop. Cancel. So let's say, let's go File, New, 1080p is fine. Let's add, keep it black. And we're going to add text. We're going to put my name, H-R-I-S, Chris. Now let's change the font to something nicer. Let's go to, that's fine. Yeah, let's see here. Let's just start going through some fonts until I find something nice. Excuse me. Do as you're told. Oh, that looks kind of cool. Can I make that bold? Nope. So we're definitely going to make it bigger. That's not big enough. This one might be hard to do because it's so thin, but let's go with something more reliable. How did I do that? I clicked on something accidentally. Yeah, that's a little too thin. Oh, there we go. There's some cursive. There we go. So, Chris. Now I'm going to crop it. I'm going to save it. Save as. We're going to change it to a JPEG. Untitled 1 copy. Might as well make it high quality. Okay. Then you come into your browser and you type JPG to SVG. And you're going to see this site called Convertio. So here's Convertio. JPEG to SVG. You can grab any clip art you want. So what I did is I did a search for snake clip art, or viper. I think I did a search for viper, and I found that cute little cobra snake. So JPEG to SVG, choose file. Let's see here. We're going to go to desktop. Here's my Chris. Convert. It's converting. If you have software that can export SVG, you can do that too. But this allows you to use fonts that Tinkercad doesn't have. Or any design. Now remember, we're not actually bending the shape, so you can only curve it so much. Like, I can't wrap it around the entire cylinder. You'd have to do each letter individually and work your way around the cylinder. Or find software that'll let you do that. Converting 100%. Come on, give me a download link. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Doesn't normally take this long. And of course, it's really windy, so things don't get a chance to heat up. Normally, pretty good, Mad Hatter. How are you doing today? Oh, you guys didn't see all that. Duh. So, you go into Photoshop, you make a new file while we're waiting for that to convert. Whatever letters you want, so Chris. So say I want that. We crop it. We crop it down to just our text. Make sure it's black and white is best. Save that as a JPEG. And then you come into your browser and do a search for JPG to SVG. And you're going to see this site called Convertio. You upload your JPEG. It converts it into an SVG. You can now download the SVG. There it is. You can now come into Tinkercad. Let's get rid of this text. And we are going to import, choose file, and here is our SVG. And it's going to convert that into a 3D file. There it is. So now the first thing I'm going to do is shrink this bad boy down because it's way too big. Still way too big. Let's see. It's okay. Make it nice and tall. This is also how you can make little letter boxes and stuff like that. So if you want to print someone's name, you can do cuts to this. Is just an STL file now, so you can do whatever you want to this now. So let's do let's get it vertical first. Let's do that. It's vertical. Let's do a slight angle like that, so we can wrap around the curve a little bit. Yep, that looks good to me. Now we bring it up to where we want it. We center it on the part. There we go. Now, first things first, take your cylinder. You duplicate your cylinder, Control D. You turn it into a hole, and then you join it with your letters. This will make the edge of the letters conformal to the cylinder. See? See, now it's conformal to the cylinder. So let's put that back. since it's perfectly on the edge. Now, I do vase mode, so I'm going to do a very light embossing so that it'll print correctly. So what I do is I grab it, I hold down the shift key, which not only locks it to an axis, but gives me a relative movement dimension. And I move it in a little bit. See this here? That's moving from here to here, 3 millimeters. So I change that to negative 0.2. And now I turn this into a hole, and I join it with the cylinder. And bingo bango, I now have a custom Chris wrapped around that cylinder. Isn't that cool? And you can do this with more complex things. Well, first let me download this. Hang on. There's my quick link. I got to see if that's actually 2 separate pieces or not. Ooh, my UI just reloaded again. I don't know why it does that, but it does. Okay, let's find something a little more complex, but still within the capabilities of Tinkercad. Let's see. Here we go. You get a kick out of this. Thing files. Download. Okay. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. We're not there yet. Let's get rid of this. Not what I wanted. Just this. Let's change this back to horizontal. Another scammer. Hello, scammer.
This is Richard Bennett. How you doing, Mr. Taylor?
Hi. What are you trying to scam me with today? Yeah, so you're scamming me for solar stuff. All right. You have a nice day, scammer. Trying to convince me of something. Okay, now we're horizontal again. Now let's bring in that little octopus. Too large? Oh no, I can't bring that in. That's 20. Oh, it's 32 megabytes. Wow. So that's too big. How big are you? I should try printing one of these. Big. Like, big enough to put outside my house. I think I just might do that. Okay. Let's bring in Groot. Now, you can do some of this in Prusa Slicer as well. Although I don't know if you can conform it to the shape of the object, but you can do some of this in Prusa Slicer, and I believe in Prusa Slicer you can then export the edited STL. Oh my god. I think he was actually a Social Security or FBI scammer. He started listing, government file numbers and case numbers and stuff like that. He was going to try to threaten me. It's like, son of a bitch, I eat people. You think you can threaten me? Okay, let's make him a little bit bigger, since he is really tiny. Okay. Sorry, Groot. We're about to stamp your forehead. You're probably not going to like this. Let's get in here. Let's give him right on the kisser. We'll put it on his cheek. Let's get roughly the same angle as his cheek. Yeah, it's close. We'll get it more fine-tuned. Let's shrink it down. Oop. There we go. Let's get it more in line with his cheek. That looks about right. All right, so again, we take Groot, we copy him, turn him into a hole. We move this into his cheek fully. And then we join it with the hole. Join. It's going to take a while because it's a pretty big file. And then we have to put the work plane on the letters because I need to move the letters into him without changing the orientation. And we grab, excuse me, there's the control point. We shift it in, negative 0.2. And then we turn that into a hole and join it with the little Groot. And we can put the work plane back down here. And it will not allow me, there it goes. Put it there. Now this is a much bigger file, so we got to wait a bit. This is how you could put your, for example, you could put a custom name on a benchy or something like that. Or if you downloaded a neat little keychain, you want to put your name in it. So it's embedded in it. If you want to customize something, as long as it's a under 25 megabyte file, you can do it in here like this. You can use their text, or you can use the Photoshop JPEG to SVG trick, and there you go. Now, Groot has my name embossed right on his cheek. So you could do this, for example, to print your Woody doll and put Andy on the foot. So if you want to put a name on the foot, you can do that. You can put shapes here. You can give them tattoos, stuff like that. There should be a way you can invert him. Yes, there is a way you can invert him. So let me show you another trick. So here I want him embedded into his face a little bit, but I don't need to do it quite this extensively. So we're going to separate this. Now we're going to hide. Oh, wait a minute. I got to first go back. Did I do it? I think I got it. Nope, gotta go back more. Okay. Okay, got it. We're back to a... Nope, we're still a rounded surface. So I can fix that just by doing this. Turn... Oh, he's got... Oh, look at this. He's got something built in the inside. Look at the sneaky little booger. Check that out. It's built into... Oh, it's on the inside. Inside his head. That's cool. And somebody got rid of it. Because that was supposed to... I'm pretty sure this is from Medellis. Okay, let's go a different color. There we go. So, now what if I want to emboss it externally out? I want the letters to pop out instead of popping in. Well, we can do that too. So the first thing we're going to do is make sure this is all the way in his face. We're going to put the work plane on the end of the letters, like that. we're going to put a big box like this over the name. I'm going to temporarily turn it transparent so I can see it. And what I want to do is I want to cover up his face all around the letters. See, I got it all around the letters. No part of the letters have escaped. Okay. Leave that as solid. I have to duplicate him. Turn him into a hole and join him with the box. Wait for that to finish. Now what I'm doing is I'm putting an imprint in the red box that's the exact shape of the area that it intersects with the model. Now I turn this into a hole. Now how far out do you want the letters to stick? Let's say I want them to stick out 0.2 millimeters. So I grab this and I drag it this way. Here's my relative dimension. Make it negative 0.2. That is not what I said to do. Why did you do that? Oh, this one. Wrong one. It's not that one. It's this one here. 0.2. I was wondering why the number was negative. 0.2. Okay. And now that looks like more than 0.2, doesn't it? That's a lot more than 0.2. There we go. I was in the wrong spot. We drag it out. 0.2. Okay. And now what I'm going to do to make it easier for me, I'm going to hide Groot here. And then I'm going to grab this and join it. I can bring back my floor now. Wait for it to finish merging. So now the inside of that box is cutting the outside of the letters to be the exact shape of his face, but offset. Let's get rid of this pink one. But offset 0.2 millimeters. See? And now when I join the two of them together, he's going to have a little raised tattoo. Instead of an embossment, it'll be raised. Now you got to remember, the letters themselves are not actually curving. So there's a limit to how much of a curve you can put these on. You can put it on any curve you want, but the letters are going to become more and more distorted the more you curve the outside edge of those letters. So if I tried to put my name from here to here, ear to ear across his front face, that's not going to look very good because the letters are still going to be oriented this way, and you need the letters to rotate with his face. That's going to require a different utility to bend the letters. But there you go. Now I have an embossment on his skin that says Chris, and it sticks out, and it conforms to the shape of his face. Now, the only thing this doesn't let you do is that these are right angles. That's why I only did a 0.2 millimeters. So 50% of the letter still overlaps with the previous line. So it'll print okay. If you want to make the embossment deeper, inside, no problem. You just add infill. Outside, you're going to need support or those letters aren't going to look right. This one might be okay because most of the letters come to points down here. So these letters would probably print okay as a deeper embossment, but this 0.2 millimeter will print just fine. It looks real big here because we're zoomed in so close. But as you can see, it conforms to the shape of his face now. And now it's permanently branded. So that's how you do letters. Letters are super, super easy. That's actually what we were going to discuss today. Because I did the same thing. Let's make him a snake head. You're going to be a snaky Groot. Snaky, snaky, snaky Groot. That's right. We're going to make Groot a hisser. There we go. You ready to hiss, Groot? Let's make you a brighter color so you're easier to see. Let's shrink you down so that you'll fit on his forehead. And then we're going to rotate you like that. Whoop. Still too big. Now, you want to get it relatively close to the orientation of his face. So we will rotate you a little bit. See, now why is the box over? See how the fucking number box is over top of the grab handle? So it's really hard for me to grab that handle. So get him roughly. It doesn't have to be perfect, just has to be close. Let's see here. We're going to raise you up a bit. And then we're going to come around this way. And we're going to tilt you back. Oh, wait a minute. We want to first change our orientation planes. Here we go. Where's this one? This one here. So now we get him rotated so he's roughly lined up with his face. And then we change our plane back to being this again. Get the snake head where we want it. Then we embed the snake head into his head. Are we fully embedded? Yes, we are. Again, I take Groot, I Control D him, turn him into a hole, join him with the snake head, merge him, wait for it to do its thing. Simpler files will go a lot faster. More complex files take a little longer. There we go. We turn Snakey into a hole. We grab the control triangle and shift, move it in, negative 0.2, and then join. I am Chris. Now I get what you mean. More like I am grrr. The reason we conform it to the shape is so that it evenly tattoos, embosses into the surface. You could just put it straight into the surface and that'll work fine, but it's going to be uneven. Some parts will be deeper, some parts will be shallower. By conforming it, we get a perfect tattoo or perfect embossment. There it goes. So now we have, you can see it's actually embossed right into the surface. We now have Cobra Commander Groot. Yeah, we got Cobra Commander Groot. And you could do that by searching for whatever you want. So, for example, I just searched for Viper clip art. And then I go to images. And there you go. I just looked for a free image that I wanted, that I liked. And I don't see the snake I already got. I think I spelled Viper differently. Yeah, I saw that one. But I wanted something cuter. And the other one was a whole lot cuter. But you keep it simple. Like, you don't want this. That's not going to work. You will never, unless you're printing something huge, you're never going to get any details from this. You also don't want this. This has colors and gradients. Again, that's not going to emboss well. You need something that's basically black and white or can be converted to black and white. Like this one here, that's red and black. It's fine. It's monochromatic. That's the point. You know, you don't have textures and shades. Like this would never work. These would work. These would work. This, it's on the edge. It should work. This is black and white. It should work. These won't work. This won't work. This won't work. This will. You know, this here will work. That's pretty cool, actually. Wow, actually, that one's kind of cute too. You know, these black and white ones. This one is questionable, but it should work. These will not work. This will not work. This, if you got rid of the yellow, it would work. But you get the idea. It needs to be, basically it needs to be line art. That's why I add the term clip art. I think I actually need to make it clip art one word. Huh, I wonder why I'm not seeing the one I already got. Maybe I spelled Viper differently. I could have spelled it V-Y-P-E-R. Huh, I'm not finding the same image I downloaded yesterday. There it is. There he is. Viper Snake clip art. That's the one I grabbed. So that works because it's two color, but I can just make it black and white. You don't even have to. Basically, anything that's not white will become the STL. So this white will become 0, and the red and the black will become 3D in the SVG. It'll become extrudable. So this, the whole image extrudes. It's not going to work. It's just not. You need to use something that's black and white, where it's solid shapes. This could work if you got rid of the yellow. But again, because of the red, you're going to lose a lot of this definition. You'd have to take this red and make it white, and this yellow and make it white. And then that could work. Now, to do something like that, so this is a pretty low resolution image, but it's good enough. This one's also probably restricted. You're probably not allowed to use this on a commercial model, but on your own private model, who cares? Let's see, take this into here. So I can't import WebP images, huh? My Photoshop version's too old. So we have to save it as a JPEG because these morons decided to use some kind of stupid special format. So I would take this view, fit on screen. Now what I would do is I would use a color selection tool. Here it is. Let's make the tolerance 66, and let's select all the yellow. Where's my bucket? There we go. There's an easier way. Just use the brush. Why isn't this working? 100%. Oh, because I already selected. Nope. Let's go back to this. Oh, I didn't get it all. Okay. I didn't realize I didn't get it all. Grab all the yellow, grab all the yellow, grab all the yellow. Yellow, 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 yellow. Sometimes multi-click to get more of the color. Grab all the red. Grab all the red. And all the red. All the red. All the red. Nope, too much. Okay, close enough for government work. Now we paint, get rid of all the color. Okay, I missed some. So I come back and I do some more selecting. And we do more painting. And we are still missing a little bit. So grab that little bit and grab this tongue. This is a pretty low res image, but this is how I would convert a non-compatible image. And then deselect, get rid of this. I need to make this smaller. Okay. Because otherwise that'll become part of the STL as well. There we go. Now I save this. Let's not save it as high quality. Now we come back into Convertio. There we go. Convert more files. There we go. We want to select downloads because that's where it is. Convert. Thank God I was on the right window. Oh, it is. It's converting. We want SVG. Why is it asking me? I guess it can do other things. Download the SVG, come back into Tinkercad, import, and choose your new SVG. This one's going to be a little sloppier. Actually, that's pretty damn clean. That's not bad. But there you go. There is that one. It's missing a little bit here and there, but otherwise not bad. That's mostly due to it being a low-res file. But you could do that with basically any line art, any solid block of color. It will convert into, Tinkercad will convert that into extruded. That's why I can't just download a snake pattern to do this, because, well, I kind of can. It would be a pain in the ass. I'd have to create a single line, 2 single lines, one this way and one offset in Tinkercad. Emboss it, rotate, emboss it, rotate, emboss it, rotate, emboss it, rotate. It'd be a bitch. Well, actually, there are ways I could do that. I didn't think of that. There's ways I can do that. Oh man, I'm going to try that right now. It's part of the topic we're talking about, so let's do it. Why didn't I think of that? Snake pattern. It won't be as 3D as I would like, but it will work. Let's see, which one do I like the best? Probably best to use a simple diamond pattern like this, because I can easily edit it. Yeah, this would be the best to do. But I also want a snake belly. And there is a snake belly pattern. That's going to be a little harder to do, but I'm only doing 1/3, so I think it'll work. I need something long. Ooh. Not defined enough. Not defined enough. This is probably my best bet right here. Yeah, that's going to be my best bet. So let's download this. This is going to take a lot of work to edit them to get them into the right shape, but this could work. So this will probably be the fastest edit. I'm probably better off doing one and then duplicating it in Tinkercad. Let's see here. So let's get down to one of these. So this one right here. Let's see here. We want a polygon lasso tool. So we're going to do this to this. Why'd you do that? So 100%. I don't want feathering. Guess I don't have a choice. See, I don't want the feather outside of the box. Why is it feathering? I think I chose the wrong one. Let's go back. I need to choose one. This one here looks pretty good. Yeah, that one looks pretty good. Let's see. We'll start here and go to here. And outside the box. There we go. Now we switch to this and fill all this in like that. Now we do the same thing down here. Close. I was off the screen here, but we can get rid of the bulk. Okay. Let's do this again. Outside the box. Okay. Image. All right, now we we convert this to grayscale, and then we mess with the brightness and contrast. So crank up the contrast and brightness to give us, it's a little too harsh. And That's pretty good right there. Get rid of that spot. Any more spots I need to get rid of? That one looks pretty good. Save as. We're going to call you Snaky Belly. That is fine. Snaky Belly. All right. That's good enough. Oh, I'm sorry. I want the snaky belly to be inverted. I forgot. There we go. Save. Now, this, I need one row. So I might be able to sneak around this. Yeah, let's increase to 100. And grab you, and you. Edit, copy, file, new. Edit, paste. There we go. There's my diamond pattern. Oh, oh my God. Oh. File, save as. Nope, we're going to save as a JPEG. Snaky scales. Okay. Now we come to Convertio. JPEG to SVG. Choose files. I can probably do both. Will it let me import two? Yes, it will. Convert. These are pretty low res, so they should be pretty fast. You guys there? I haven't seen nobody comment. It's starting to get cold. The heater's on, right? Yeah. All right, here's the snaky belly. Let's get rid of some of these windows. Okay, and there's snaky scales. Okay. Let's close you. Let's go to File. Here's the one I was working on. I think it's this one. There we go. We can get rid of Cobra Commander Groot. Here's my 200 cylinder. Now we're going to import. Can I import both? No. Snaky scales. Oh, limited to 1,000. And I'm 1272. Okay. It's annoying. Let's see here. Save as. Why are you messing with me? Snaky scales. Actually, no. I'd rather just make it smaller. Image size. Constrained proportions. 909. Save as. Snaky scales. Yes. Delete snaky scales. You gotta make sure your dimensions are smaller than 1,000 by 1,000. Are you guys there? Is the stream still working? I see 16 people, but nobody talking. Download. Snaky scales. Hey, Michael. How are you doing today? Now we are going to import snaky scales. Okay. Oh, wow, that's big. Let's see here. Let's make it taller so I can then shrink it. So I'm probably going to want to make it about 100. Nope, not that. Oh, that's 200. So let's 100. No, let's make it 200. Maybe that's enough scales. Okay. 90 degrees. Let's see here. Let's align here and here. And then let's bring it up to the 0 mark. Okay. Actually, I need to go one higher. I need to do that so that I can shift it. Actually, that might make this really easy. I want it to be 0.2 millimeters bigger. This is 80. Actually, let's make this the proper size, 78 by 78. And then I want this to be 78.4. 78.4. Technically, that's a parallel edge, but we can make that work because we're only doing a 0.2 millimeter protrusion. The easiest way to do this would be to just block it. Control D, Control D, Control D. Let's do 3 of them. Turn one back into a solid. That didn't work. Okay, turn one solid, and then would you freaking go away? And then hide it. Okay. Both of these need to be solid. And we're going to make them yellow. It's not exactly what I wanted, but we can make it work. Wait a minute. Can I add depth to this? It'd be complicated as hell, but I probably could. If I put a sphere on top of each of those links, but it would only be a 0.2 millimeter difference, but I can make it a larger difference then. I do know a way I can do it. Okay, let's delete all these extras. I would like a little dimensionality to this. Okay. I hate when it jumps too far. Okay. 0. And then rotate it 90 degrees. Then do this. Okay. Do this. Now I need to export this. Well, this needs to be 78 on the dot. Okay. Export this as that. Delete it, re-import it. This will simplify the shape, so it won't be so complex. Okay. Now what I can do is first we're going to make this 25 by 18. Just to keep it simple. Okay. Work plane. We're going to use a cone because the cone is higher resolution than the sphere. So this needs to have a base radius of 12.5, 0.5, and then this dimension needs to be 18. Now I can align these. That gets me that shape. Now I need to conform it to the overall shape. So we're going to take a box like this. We're going to take this and duplicate it, turn it into a hole, and merge it with the box. Turn the box into a hole. Bring the box up over the cone and merge it with the cone. Now the cone is conformal to the shape of the this. Now I can further bring that down. I can take a cone like this. Give it some height. Increase the number of sides. Turn you into a hole. Duplicate you. Then raise you up. Turn you into a solid. Then duplicate you again. Okay. Merge all of that together. While that's doing its funny business, let's flatten this out a little bit. Just to make that easier to dick around with. Let's make this a different color. Turn this into a hole. Oh, and let's get all three of them. Align them. Okay. Now we take this and we bring it up like this. That's not doing what I wanted. What if I flatten this? It's kind of giving me what I want. It's really not giving me what I want. Although I might need to do this. Yeah, I think I need to do that. That's a little better. I'm trying to make... That's not what I want you to do. I'm trying to get rid of these really harsh flat sides. And that is kind of working. I need to make this taller. And then I'll have to re-export and re-import this to simplify it again. Otherwise, it'd be way too complex. Okay. Let's do that. And let's do that. Why is it selecting that one? It's got a freaking fetish for selecting other things on the bed. Oh, I hate when it does that. Bring you down a little bit. And then bring you up a little bit. That might be okay. I really should be using a sphere to do this. Let's see what that does. Oh, that is a little bit better. Now let's flatten this out. Four millimeters. 3 millimeters. That's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, I think I kind of dig that. Although I think I want to flatten it top a little bit. But I like having it rounded. Maybe if I just chop off 1 millimeter. Let's try it. Yeah, I kind of like that. I think I can dig that. And what I really should do is curve that. And that would actually not be that hard to do. Let's do that again. Delete. Let's put the work plane here. Let's put a cylinder, half cylinder here. Let's make this 3 tall. Center. Yeah, that'll give me something more approximating an arc. Okay. We take this, apply it here. We turn this into a hole, which we apply to here. Then we turn this into a hole, and we make sure we stretch it out so it doesn't do anything weird. Hello, scam call center.
Hey, my name is Daniel, calling you from Solar Solution. How are you doing today?
I have no interest in your solar.
This is a free consultation to save...
Automated message. Okay, I want more. Does that take away too much? Let's go up a 1/2 millimeter. Let's go by 1/4 millimeter. Let's go up a 1/4. Yeah, that looks more appropriate. Okay. And it starts off at a point, so it'll be vase mode compatible. I would like these edges to not be so sharp. But there's no way to get rid of them without really messing it up. Plus, there's going to be some rounding when I do the model. I might not even need this. I might be able to apply this directly to the cylinder. Yeah, I think I can apply it directly to the cylinder. Okay, let's start off. This is still 25, right? We're going to make it 25. And we're going to make it 18, yes. Okay. Because I still have to embed this into the cylinder. Otherwise, it won't work properly. In fact, I think I need to make this 3.5. Yeah. And then we'll embed it a 1/2 millimeter into the cylinder. So let's make this -12.5. You'll see why in a moment. Take that. Center, edge. And then we bring it out 3. Okay, 3 is not enough because we can still see the edge here. So we need to go back a 1/2. 1/2 is not enough. I don't want to go any more, so I'm just going to stretch it. Okay, there. We are fully embedded all the way around. Okay. Now let's make our first line. Of snake scales. I think the first thing I need to do is to no, let's do that afterwards. Okay. So Control D, and we need to move it up 25. Yeah. No. I want them to be a little closer. So Control D, raise it up. There we go. And now we watch the magic of duplication. That works. The only thing I don't like is the top does not end up correct. So we're going to cheat. We're going to make the cylinder taller, and then we'll shorten the cylinder after we create the snake pattern. Okay. Make sure we are embedded. We are. That looks pretty good. So now we highlight this, hide it, we take this, and we merge it. So now we have our snake scales. I want to make a snake rocket. And so I even got a nice little viper nose cone. It failed. I got to reprint it. But it's a nose cone in the shape of a viper head. So I want to put these diamond patterns on the rocket body. So the whole entire body has a snake skin pattern. And so I am making my own snake skin pattern. Not as hard as I thought it would be. It's tedious, but not hard. Now I think I need to simplify this. So we're going to export this. And then we're going to re-import it, which will dramatically simplify the file and not give Tinkercad such a conniption fit. Okay, I do not like the look of that. Why do I have a line on it like that? Why did it do that? I mean, I guess it doesn't ruin the file, but that's kind of annoying. It's just a surface defect, so I'm going to ignore it. Let's make you more snake colored. Let's make you more obvious. So now I need to put this one in the same position as this one because I already have it aligned with the cylinder. So we have to select that one as the base, and we align this way, and vertically. There we go. Now I can take my snake pattern and move it somewhere else. I'm going to keep it in case I want to edit this again later. But this is the one we're going to play with. There we go. So what we need to do now is to apply a master ring. There we go. So that we can rotate this snake pattern around the cylinder. Okay. Align on the cylinder. I also found out that Tinkercad does not correctly revolve shapes, even with a master ring. There is a slight amount of XY drift when you array something in Tinkercad, so you have to have enough tolerance in your overlap to avoid that. And it's not a matter of how far you rotate it, it's a matter of how many iterations you create. If you create too many iterations, the drift adds up cumulatively from iteration to iteration. I found that out the hard way when I tried to make, 100 rotations for something I was doing. I made this. You guys might get a kick out of this. Do you guys remember when we would make those little paper airplanes that you'd roll them up until they were shaped like this? You guys remember those paper airplanes? And you take it and you go fling and fling it. This one's not flyable yet. It needs more nose weight. I put a whole bunch of ribs in the front because each rib adds more plastic. And I was hoping to be able to add enough ribs to make this balanced right off the printer. But it's going to be more work than it's worth, I think. So I'm just going to get rid of most of those ribs, and I'm going to put 2 little divots for coins. So either 2 dimes or 2 pennies, whatever it needs to balance it out. But because this is plastic, it's a whole lot more rigid than paper. So the idea is I 3D printed this base with these openings, and then this. We'll get back to the snake in a minute. I need to take my eyes off of it for a moment. So I 3D printed this base here. This is all vase mode. And then I 3D printed these little sockets. These will socket into here like that, and they will get glued in. And so now you have a mount that the little glider will fit in. Just like that. And then this slides on top and locks into that pin on top of the glider. Come on, get in there. There it goes. There we go. So now, with that glued in there and that on top, this glider can't go anywhere. So that glider is fixed on there now, and there'll be 3 of them. So the gliders are the fins for the rocket. And then when the ejection charge fires, you're going to have, all this rocket up here. You're going to have at least one of these right here. Why the hell won't this go in? So you'll have at least one more of these. So probably another segment and then a nose cone. And what'll happen is, mass and inertia, instead of the top ejecting off, the bottom is going to eject out. And when the bottom ejects, it'll be attached by a shock cord. The gliders will be released, and they'll be able to glide down. So this rocket will come down on a parachute, and the 3 separate gliders will make a little air show in the sky and do their thing and come down. So that's going to be fun if I can make it work. If I can make that glide, it's going to be cool. So I'm looking forward to that. That's what I've been working on this week. The snaky rocket and the glider air show. So you just print 3 of these, and they get glued into the bottom here, because I can't easily vase mode print that component because it needs 2 islands, because it needs a slot in order to allow the glider to affix into that slot like that. And then the top is captured with this pin. You see the pin sticking out on top there, and that's captured by these receptacles on this part. And then a change I made to the body is I want to keep if you fire the ejection charge, you don't want the parachute falling all the way down to the bottom, because it'll have more trouble getting out of the rocket, and it will it'll shift the center of gravity. So I have a web. I created a web that I can print inside the rocket. So this web is actually designed to keep the parachute from going forward, because the parachute's going to be in this back portion. And what I don't want is the parachute shooting up into the top of the rocket, and then you have no parachute. So the parachute's still going to shoot into here, which is fine. Actually, that's where it's going to sit, because the motor mount's going to be on top of that, and the parachute's going to fit into this little space right here. But by having excess shock cord in here and a short shock cord here, when this gets ejected out the back, it's going to yank the parachute out of that cavity. So that will work fine. So that's turning out more interesting than I thought. This PLA sucks. I'm probably not going to be able to fly this PLA. But, you know, the snaky rocket, of course, I have a snake head. But, yeah, so I need one more tube and then a nose cone. I'm printing the nose cone now. It's actually done. The nose cone's actually finished. Because it's separating down here, I don't need a coupler, it'll just thread on. Yes, I have launched 3D printed rockets. They flew fine. I haven't flown this one yet. Someone flew it for me. It flew great, but the ejection charge broke the tube. So we modified the tube so it shouldn't do that now. He's working on printing that and flying it. And once we confirm this tube is good, I'll start making them available. Of course, if you're on my Patreon, you already have access to the hammer. So those files are already listed on my Patreon. And of course, I'm going to sell these, but all my patrons will get them for free. I mean, it's the absolute least I can do for how much you guys support me. But that's going to be really neat if I can make that work as a glider. That's... Oh, I hope it works, because that's just going to be fun. Yes, I didn't make a video of the launch yet. I did post it to Facebook. He did send me a video. Where is it? I have it here somewhere. It's going to have the film stripes. Where did I put it? That's Space Kitty. I'll probably get a copyright strike if we play that, so I won't play that. I love Space Kitty. Where is my video? It's not in here. Snaky, rocket test. 400 foot? You're 400 foot from the airport? Like, it's your neighbor? Your airport's right next to you? Or you mean you're within 5 miles? First of all, that's not true. The drone laws, the bullshit drone rules, don't apply to rockets. And as long as you're not in the flight path, and as long as you follow the NAR safety code, you do not need their permission to fly rockets, model rockets. But you do have to provide notification. You have to file a NOTAM. So you'll have to call the airport and let them know, okay, we're going to be at this park. You might need to get GPS coordinates, you know, latitude, longitude, or an address. And let them, you might have to know. Well, you can't fly at your house, so go to a park that's not directly in the flight path. Obviously, you're not going to fly at your house, but you go to a local field that's not directly in the flight path, and you call the airport, and you let them know the date, the time, you know, from this time to this time that you'll be flying your model rockets. And as long as you stay under 3.3 pounds and under 125 grams propellant, you do not need their permission. You're giving them notification. You're giving them the courtesy of a notification. You let them know, hey, I'm going to be flying model rockets under 3 pounds. Not drones. We're not going to be flying drones. So that this is FAR 101, not 366. We're not in your flight path. Here's our GPS coordinates or the address of the park. You know, we'll be adhering to the model rocket safety code. If we see aircraft in the sky, we hold flying until the aircraft are gone. The only place you might have trouble is like if you were within 5 miles of an international airport. Like if you were near Chicago, O'Hare, or Philadelphia International, that might be more of a problem. Just because they don't want to see that shit popping up on their radar. But otherwise, you don't need permission. You just need to give them notification. Now, if they have a genuine safety issue, they can tell you no. Like, for example, they could tell you no flying from your house because you're directly in the landing approach. But otherwise, you just provide them notification. So check out the nar.org website and see if there's any clubs in your area. There's probably a rocket club somewhere near you. Now, of course, high-power rocketry is going to require a waiver, and if you're within 5 miles of an airplane, they're going to deny that. Unless you're at a regional airport and you're flying from the airport. That happens too. We do that too. Where the hell is this video? Hey, TY guy. Not a problem, man. I like my victims happy. Is it this one? Nope, it's not that one. I'm trying to find this video to show you guys. And I don't know where it's at. I have the individual videos. Oh, I have the full one here. Okay. So, here, let's watch the video. I don't know how well this is going to work on a stream, but it should work okay. It flew straight as an arrow. It was a great flight. There you go. Straight up. The second flight had a little rod whip, but still flew nice and straight. I had to crop and zoom on his vertical video that he recorded. It comes into view. There it is. His parachute got stuck inside. It didn't deploy, but the rocket flew great. Oh, wet mass was 23 ounces. And here's the second flight. That was an F-44. And here it comes right there. And that one separated. But yeah, that's the first flight of the prototype. And that was before I thickened up the walls. Here's some pictures. So here's him getting ready to fly it. So that's my hammer rocket. He printed this with PLA Plus in black. Not advisable. It's advisable to use lighter colors, because in the summertime these will get hot. But you see the seam gave way. The rocket held up fine, just the seam broke. So what we did is we made the seam gap 30% larger, which will make it 3 times stronger. So the seam should hold now. He's got all the revised files, the same files I put on Patreon, and he's going to print them and basically just made this thickness bigger so that the seams will be stronger. We also found some settings that he was using, because he's using Prusa Slicer. I'm using Simplify 3D. We found some settings in Prusa Slicer that were probably causing adaptive layer changing that we had to disable. And I figured out how to disable those, so his part should come out much stronger. The old rocket probably would be fine with the changes, but I'd rather have the thicker wall anyway, so we're going to stay with the thicker wall. And it'll be more tolerant to end-user mistakes. So he's going to fly that again and get back to me. Excellent, Ty Guy. So now we need to rotate the scales around the model. So what I got to do is select it, Control D, and then I join it with the master ring, And then we get zoomed in nice and close here. And we rotate. See how many degrees we need. Looks like we're going to be doing 30 degrees. Because 30 degrees will evenly divide. Oh, sorry. 30 degrees will evenly divide. So we'll do 30. And then we just keep hitting Control D. Now we're fully rotated around. Now what I have to do is take all of these scales, join them together into a single set of scales. Wait until it's finished. It's a lot of parts that's joining together right now, so it takes a little bit. Come on, come on. I still got to put the spiral cuts in this. That's going to be fun. Hell, I might just do straight cuts. Because the scales are going to give me three-dimensional strength. Come on. Why is this taking so long? This is even using the simplified files. Because we still have to duplicate that whole mess, rotate it 15 degrees, and bring it down. I have 3 complete designs so far and 2 more in the works. Work, you verminous chipmunks, work! Before we skin you alive. Boy, May is gonna suck. I only made $93 on Amazon for January, and I'll get that in May. So that's gonna hurt. January, February is always bad for Amazon. People reduce their spending, after the holidays. That reminds me. I need to pay myself my Google rewards. So I got $9.26. YouTube. Yeah, we're going to keep canceling you until you go away because I am not going to acknowledge your existence. It keeps popping up with this that it wants me to hit got it to, and I refuse to. It's a matter of principle. There we go.
Here's why you need this $5.24 retractable car phone holder. Easy to install. Clips on to the rear view mirror.
Okay. Now I can pay myself a super chat of $9.26. 9.26. Oh, plus tax? There's no tax on a super chat. There we go. I'll lose 30% of it because Google takes 30%, YouTube takes 30% of super chats. So if you send me $10 in super chat, I get 7. But hey, it's a way of extracting free money out of the Google Opinions rewards. They have little questions they pop up and they give you 10 cents, 60 cents, $1, 50 cents. And so whenever I get close to $10, I just super chat myself during a stream, and that's a way of cashing out that money. Otherwise, you can only use it on the Google Play Store, which doesn't do me any good because I don't want to buy any games. So I can just send myself that money, and I'll get a little extra cash on my next AdSense payment. There we go. So now we take this and duplicate it again, and we rotate it 15 degrees. 15 degrees. And now we bring it down until it fits in between the other scales. Not bad, although I would like it smaller. I didn't realize they would overlap so tightly. That's a much tighter overlap than I was expecting. I mean, I guess scales should have that kind of a tight mesh. I just wasn't expecting it. Because now that looks a lot less like snakeskin. What happens if I stretch them? So if I take that, and I stretch it, it doesn't really do what I want. I got to stretch it from the beginning, which means I got to do this all over again. Not the end of the world, but a little annoying. Yeah, I gotta start over. Okay. So can I simply stretch this, or do I need to start back with this? I think I need to go back to this. Delete. Well, I don't want to delete that yet because I want to line it up with this one. So I think I need to dismember this. Let's delete that. Now let's make this narrower. Let's make this 15 millimeters. And wait a minute. Is there more than one here? Yes, there is. Okay. And then let's make it, let's leave it 25 tall and increase the spacing. So let's space them apart like that. I think I like that. I got one too many. can stretch it out a little more, like that. Let's join it. Okay, now let's line it up with this one. Okay, now we can delete this one. I do like that. I do need to shift the scales a little bit though. So let's bring you down here so you're about the halfway mark. And then let's stretch you up so that you're about the halfway mark. Just like that. Is that actually at the halfway mark? I gotta hide you for a minute. I can just move you down. Okay. Nope, we need to go a little further. We need to be about the halfway mark. This way it'll line up going from tube to tube when I screw them together. They won't line up perfectly unless I'm very careful. They should actually. I do have it threaded, so they should sort of line up. But they might not when you thread them together. Nothing I can do about that. I'm just going to deal with it. I haven't figured out a way to make sure they line up yet. Okay. Let's try to do it right. Well, first make sure we are fully embedded. We are. Okay. Now we take one, Control D, join it with the master ring, and we rotate it 15 degrees. And then we bring it down. Oh, much better. Oh yeah, I'm definitely liking this better. Because he's supposed to be a cyborg from 3142. So a hybrid between Rocket and Snake. Yes, that's how, okay, there's, I use those apps to save money and make money. Well, they have a program called Google Opinion Rewards. Okay. So you, let me switch so you can see this. So this is a neat little money hack for you guys. So Google Opinion Rewards, and they ask you questions. So they'll say, hey, did you go to McDonald's today? Would you send us the receipt? And they'll give you 10 cents or 50 cents or $1. They'll pay you. The minimum's 10 cents. You answer any question, you get at least 10 cents. That's okay. That's all right. I don't mind explaining it. So when I get now this stuff, you can only use it in one place, Google. It says dollars, but you can't actually extract the money. There's no way to say, Google, send me my $10. I can spend it in the Google Play Store, or I can use it for Super Chat. Now, the only thing that sucks about using it for Super Chat is you lose 30% of it. So if I pay myself $10, I'm only going to get 7, because YouTube keeps 30% of all Super Chats. That's why I tell people to use PayPal. Because PayPal only takes the 3 or 4% processing fee. They don't take 30% like YouTube does. They take 50% of the revenue, which makes sense because they're providing the infrastructure and the backbone. But to take 30% of Super Chats, that's bullshit. And now they charge tax on Super Chats? That doesn't make any sense. There's no tax on Super Chats. Although it didn't charge me any tax, so I guess it's a part of their default UI. It just doesn't charge tax. Because it's not a product. You're donating. So whenever I get around $10 in my Google Opinion Rewards, I pay myself a Super Chat in my live stream. And that's a way of me extracting this money to cash. So now I can actually buy something with that money instead of only being able to spend it on games. All metal hot ends sometimes don't play as well with PLA. So if you want to print PLA, you might want to refrain from that. But the other thing is, how well made is the all metal hot end? If you have a high quality all metal hot end and you season it properly, meaning you feed some PLA through it with an oiler, you get some oil in there, you season it like you season a pan. And you season that hot end, you should be good to go. Well, that's why you season it. And that's also why you buy a high quality all metal hot end. If you buy a low quality metal hot end, you might not get a really clean throat, and it will greatly increase your friction. Teflon is pretty amazing shit. So so there are some reasons, but if you use a high quality hot end, you season it, and you maintain the machine properly, you'll probably be okay. The nice thing about the Bowden hot ends is they're so easy to maintain. You can beat the living snot out of them. You can just treat them like absolute bugs under your foot. And when the hot end starts acting up, you snip off an inch of the PTFE tube and shove it back in. It's very abusable is the term. If you jam something hardcore in there, you yank out that PTFE tube, put a new one in, and you're good to go. If you jam something and burn something hardcore in an all-metal hot end, you're going to have a bad day. You're going to have a real bad day if you can't get all that shit out of there. So, there are definite advantages to a Teflon-lined hot end, and the main one is that assuming you do not have a nozzle to PTFE gap, because that will cause you bad problems all day long. Assuming you get that joint correct, they're just very, very, they're resilient. They're very abuse-friendly. So now we're going to take both of these diamond patterns together, Control-D them, join them to the ring, and rotate them 30 degrees, and then we're going to repeat that. This is going to really piss off Tinkercad because I did not simplify this. But there we go. It's okay. You can post links. I don't mind that. No, I mean, I would mind if you posted an affiliate link, but, otherwise I don't care. Post away. Okay, there we go. Did I change this tube length? Shit, yes I did. That's okay. We can resize this later. That looks pretty cool. I like that. I'm digging this. Now, here's the thing. Oh, okay. Do I leave it snakeskin all around, or do I put belly scales on it? So that's the real question. Do I do belly scales, or do I just leave it as this kind of pattern? What do you guys think? Would you do the work to try to put belly scales on here, or would you just leave it as the scales? This rocket aerodynamics don't matter. This is a fun rocket. I can always do belly scales later, so I think for now I'm going to leave it like this. And then later I come back and I can add it if I really want to. Okay, now here's where we really piss off Tinkercad. Because I got to chop all these. I got to chop off the excess on this side. And I got to chop off the excess on this side. Okay. We'll leave it as scales then. We're going to extend this to cover all of it. Okay. Let's hide one of the master rings and delete the rest. Okay. Are you ready to choke, Tinkercad? I'm about to make you mad. Although it is all made of basic shapes, so it's not that bad. There's no real complex architecture here. So it shouldn't be too bad. Now what I need to do is I need to make a cylinder that is 0.4 millimeters smaller. So this cylinder has to be 77.6. 6 by 77.6. Increase the number of sides. It's going to be a hole. Why won't this rotate around? There it goes. Because I need to turn this into a skin that I can add to my rocket parts. I like that. That looks really cool. I'm glad I didn't print up all those parts because this looks cool. It's gonna be a lot of work to make the ribs. Because, well, actually no, I don't. Well, yeah, I really do need to make the ribs. Oh, it's gonna be a bitch. This would be a whole lot easier if I used straight ribs and I did them at 15-degree angles, because then I'd only have to make two. One for the center of the one set of scales and one for the center of the other set of scales. Yeah, I think I'm going to give up the spiral cut for the simplicity of not having to do psychopathic modeling to make the ribs. Because, man, that's going to be a bitch. I mean, I could do it, but 16 rep. Look how long it's taken to merge. You see how long it's taken to merge. It's still merging. Although I can export this and re-import it as a simplified model. There we go. I now have my, let's change it to a more appropriate snake-like color. Okay. Now, should I just make a new model? Or make it impregnable? Because if I do this, I can just add it to my existing models. Although I'll have to redo all the Hi, baby. How you doing? Yeah, you give me a headbutt. You just want some petting. Yeah. I think my critters want to see you. If you'll let me pick you up. Yep. How's my baby? Yeah, you're such a good boy. Want to say hi to the people on camera? Yeah, you were loud and in charge there, huh? You're like, pet me right now. I want to be pet. Yeah, he's a good boy. Yes, he is. I love my Ender. He's like, okay, enough petting. Well, then we eat them. If they're not useful, they're dinner. Yum. I have a 0.8 millimeter gap, so I might want to make this a little smaller. So if I go 77.2, that's 0.4 millimeters. It won't interfere with the ribs. So 77.2, 77.2. And that'll make the model a little more substantial. It's simple. Work or dinner. Your choice, critters. And now we wait forever for that to work. Printables and Thingiverse. Boy, it hasn't even started yet. Yeah, no shit, it's slowing down Firefox. Ooh. Yeah, I want to print those. Give me all of it. I saw this whistle. I think I already have it downloaded, but I'm going to grab it again. Boy, I so wish I could use silk filament for a rocket. Especially that quantum, that bicolor blended filament. Oh man, I would love to print a rocket in that stuff, but it won't work. It'll blow itself apart. Silk filament is weird because silk filament is substantially, and I don't say that word lightly, I mean it is substantially stronger than regular filament. Silk PLA is one of the strongest filaments you can print with because it has almost the full strength of PLA, but it adds toughness without being half as strong like PETG is. In fact, you take silk filament, you can't break it with your hands. You can't. However, there are 3 ways in which 3D printing filament has a strength that we have to consider. You have strength, you have toughness, and you have bonding. So strength is tensile strength. How much can you squeeze it? How much can you compress it? How much can you stretch it before it breaks? Toughness is impact force. How much can you whack it? How much modulus does the plastic have before it gives? And that modulus also has 2 factors. One is determined by the toughness of the plastic, and the other one is determined by the third one, layer bonding. Because if I pull a film, if I take this here and I try to pull it apart or bend it, there are 2 ways in which it can give. The plastic itself can give and break, or the layer bond, the bond between the 2 layers of the plastic, can give without the plastic actually giving. And usually the plastic is tougher than the bond. With silk, you have incredible strength, you have incredible toughness. I mean, it's up there with nylon and how good it is. Not as good as nylon, but it's up there. However, the layer bonding is garbage. It has shit layer bonding. Meaning, I could take this part out of silk, and because it's a vase print, I could unpeel the entire print all the way down to one single long strand of 0.4 millimeter by 0.2 millimeter extruded filament. Because the layer bond with silk is so bad that you could literally pull the print apart into a strand. It's not breaking. You're not breaking the filament. You're actually delaminating the layers because silk doesn't bond well. The elastomers that give it that nice metallic shine inhibit bonding. Even if you try printing at like 230 degrees, it's not enough. And if you try printing hotter, you begin cooking off the filament, and that's not good either. So I can't use it for a rocket because I can almost guarantee when the ejection charge fires, a layer somewhere is going to give and it's going to blow that rocket apart. Maybe a large rocket with black powder motors, because black powder is going to have, well, no, see, it's the same black powder charge in the APCP motors. I mean, I guess I'll have to try it. The only way I could see printing with silk is if you sleeve the rocket. So if I take a rocket like this and I put a paper tube all the way up the length of the rocket, including at the nose cone. So at the nose cone goes into the paper tube and not into the plastic tube. It'll go around the plastic tube as well, but it's really going into the paper tube. So basically you have a paper rocket surrounded by a plastic shell. That might work. And I might do that just because it would look so freaking cool. But just a simple rocket, it's going to blow apart with silk. Because the silk is just, the layer bond is too bad. It's really a pity because it would be amazing. That would be such a gorgeous rocket. Oh. I might make one just for demo, just for display, just because. Even though it can't fly. And I might sleeve one just because I think it would be so cool to have. And I would have to make sure, like, I couldn't use fins like this. Because when this fin hit the ground, it would probably crack the joint. And it would probably break the layer bond of the plastic. So you'd want fins more like that one, where the edge of the fin comes up so that the tube hits first. Because then what I could do is I could extend the motor out the back of the tube a little bit so that the paper tube and motor will hit the ground and absorb the shock and not transfer that shock to the plastic. Oh my God, I'm just imagining how freaking amazing that would look. Wow. I wouldn't have to use this complex vase mode either. I could just print a single cylinder, a single wall cylinder, use a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, and print just a single wall cylinder, and then just put centering rings throughout it to reinforce it. Because then I can make, 400 millimeter tall cylinders with minimum breaks and seams. Because silk really amplifies those breaks and seams. Oh my God, that would look so awesome. I might have to do that just because of how cool that would look. I might have to try making a I'll see if I can get them to send me some. Okay, that's done. So there we have our skin. Now I'm going to export this. And then import it. Hey Pedro, how are you doing? We just made a snakeskin sleeve for my rocket. So my little copperhead viper rocket will have a snakeskin body. We're calling it a animal cyborgs from the year 3142. Like Moya on Farscape, where it was a living starship. Well, these will be living cyborg rocket ships. Hybrid snake rocket mix. Yeah, this yellow stuff is garbage. It's not good filament. Boy, this is taking a long time to import it. There you go. Hey, no defects. Oh, very nice. It imported clean. No weird lines or crazy defects. Now, I should now be able to copy this. And now let's go to my snakeskin rocket. Let's go to Snake Adapter. And it came in red, too. Okay. So, how do I want to do this? Oh no, I can't print it upside down. Mein Video Kassetten. I can't print this inverted because the snakeskin has a flat edge. Which means this won't work. See, I need this loop in order to attach the shock cord. So I'd have to come up with a different way of attaching the shock cord. Why didn't I think of that? This doesn't have to be round. This can be a square. A lot of the times, if assuming the Z rod is straight, it might be too constrained at the top. Make sure it's not constrained at the top. And also to check for Z rod bending, you got to raise the Z axis all the way to the top. And then you have to measure the, you can use your calipers actually to do this. Put your calipers around the aluminum extrusion and the Z-rod and find out how big that is. So you'll have your aluminum extrusion and then you'll have your Z-rod behind it. Put your calipers around the whole thing and find out how far it is at the bottom and how far it is at the top. You don't even try to measure to the structure. You just need to see if there's a difference. But even if the Z-rod's free, this bending will cause you a problem at the lower layer heights. Because what's going to happen, if the Z-rod is tilted out like this, as up here, no problem. There's plenty for that Z-rod to bend. But as you get lower, that it's going to get tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter until you're seeing Z bending at the bottom. So raise the Z-rod all the way to the top, your hot end all the way to the top, and then measure from the front of the extrusion to the Z-rod, back of the Z-rod, see how big it is, and then do the same thing at the top and see if there's any difference. If the difference is more than a millimeter or two, you're going to want to address that with a shim on the bottom. So if you're out too far on the top, then you want to shim the stepper motor out. If you're in too far on the top, you need to bring the stepper motor in, because having it too far on the bottom can cause the same problem. As it tries to move further and further out, it's going to bind inside that brass bushing, inside the carriage going up and down. So it doesn't matter whether it's out or in. It needs to be the same at the top and the bottom. Also, look at your feeder. If your feeder is damaged or worn, that will also cause Z-banding. So, for example, if you have an Ender 3 with the original plastic feeder, the tension arm can crack. Now, when it fully cracks, it's going to stop printing, but in the meantime, before it fully cracks, it can start not applying quite enough tension on the filament, which could cause the filament to be pushed to the hot end unevenly, which will cause Z-bending. Also, the stepper motor for the feeder, for the extruder, that's a brass gear usually. It can wear. Good, it's full metal, but also make sure that arm is moving freely. Okay, if that arm is sticky, it could cause problems. So make sure, it resets to the right position. When you squeeze it and it pops back out, make sure it's resetting properly. Make sure it's not sticky. Even if you have to take the spring off and move it back and forth, make sure that arm moves freely. Make sure the idler wheel is not jamming up and causing friction. If you're using a dual drive, make sure it's not the older one where the drive gear begins to dig itself into the aluminum. That'll again cause drag, which could cause uneven extrusion. Make sure the filament can wear a groove into your drive wheel. The little gear on the stepper motor that grabs the filament, that could actually wear, and that could begin causing extrusion inconsistencies. Also, if your drive gear is held on with grub screws, if those grub screws are loose, sometimes it'll grab, sometimes it won't, and you'll have inconsistent extrusion on your Z. So make sure those grub screws are nice and tight, and make sure one of them is lined up with the flat on the stepper motor. These are all things that can manifest as inconsistent extrusion, which can drive you crazy. Also, check the dimensions of your drive gear. Measure it at a couple different points. Make sure it's not oblong. All right. Another thing you can do is just take the filament out and just command the gear to move and look at it. If it's out of round, your eyes are good enough to see that. If you have normal working eyes, like you don't have a vision problem, you could probably see an out of round drive gear. So look down at it and see if that gear is doing a little wobble when it turns, meaning the hole's not directly in the center. That will also cause inconsistent extrusion. Let's see, what else could cause? If you have now your hot end, is that all metal or is that PTFE lined? If you're PTFE lined, you might be starting to wear out the end of the PTFE tube in the hot end. Okay, so it might be time to snip the end of the PTFE tube and get a fresh bit down by the nozzle. Because as that PTF wears, it becomes rougher and more brittle, and it starts grabbing the filament, applying friction. And if that friction is inconsistent, it's going to cause variability. So it might be time to change that. I always use a PTFE tube about 3 inches longer than I need. That means I can shorten it by 1 inch 3 times before the tube becomes too short. So I figure out what I need. I add 3 inches to it, just that much, because you can cut an inch off and refeed it. You know, make sure it's all cleaned out, push it all the way through, make sure the throat's all cleaned. Do the process to reset the nozzle, make sure it's seated properly. Use the tool if you don't have the hands to cut it perfectly straight. Yeah, so it might be time for a new one. I can usually get anywhere from 100 hours to 1,000 hours on a PTFE tube, depending on what kind of temperatures I'm running and depending on how friendly the filaments I'm running are. You run a bunch of carbon and wood, you're going to wear it out faster. You run a bunch of PETG, ABS, and ASA where you're pushing 245 to 255, you're going to wear it out faster. But a heavily used printer will probably need the PTFE tube refurbished 3 or 4 times a year. The PTFE tube is a consumable, so you need to be aware of that. Your PTFE tube could be fine. You might just have a little gap. And what happens is filament cooks off inside that gap, and then intermittently bits of that cooked off filament come through and clog temporarily, or they apply drag to the filament coming through, which will give you inconsistencies. If you're using the printer heavily, if you're using the printer once or twice a week, you might go a couple of years without changing the PTFE tube. But if you're using that printer 24/7, if you're printing something every day, you might need to redo the end of that PTFE tube 3 or 4 times a year. So basically, at the change of the seasons, how often have you used it? Have you used it heavily? Have your prints started to get a little sloppy? Might be time to redo it. If you're not using it heavily, maybe only twice a year. So it just depends on the quality of your PTFE tube and how hard you're pushing the printer. If you're printing ABS and ASA, you might have to do that PTFE tube weekly. If you're printing 24/7 ABS, ASA, or PETG, and you're pushing 245, 255 on that hot end, you might have to redo that PTFE tube once every week, once every 2 weeks. It all depends on how hard you're pushing it. That's why I try to limit myself to 245. If I stay at 245, I could usually get 4 to 6 months out of a PTFE tube. I use my printers heavily, but I have a lot of them, so each individual printer isn't being used that heavily. Well, ASA, because of the high temperatures. You need to be printing at 250, 260 to print ASA properly, and that's going to wear out the PTFE tube faster. But check all the mechanicals. Make sure you're same distance top, bottom. The actual distance doesn't matter. It just matters that it's the same. Interesting. So check the feeder, make sure the gear grub screws are tight, make sure the tension arm is free, make sure there's no unusual wear on the gears or where they mount to the feeder unit. Also check your entry point into your feeder unit. I have actually had, you know how the plastic units, you would have the PLA cut a groove into the feeder where it enters. It would actually cut a channel. I have had PLA cut a channel in aluminum feeders. Yes, PLA cut the aluminum like a saw. It took a while. It took a few thousand hours of printing, but it did it. It cut a channel in the aluminum. Well, that channel could start grabbing the filament and causing resistance. So check that as well. If you're really, really, really heavily printing and you don't have a nice clean entry into that feeder unit, it's one of the reasons I love the Ender 5. The relationship between the feeder and the roll never changes. While with like an Ender 3, you're lifting up the entire feeder, and so the angle to the roll is getting more and more and more and more and more. You might want to consider drilling out that hole in the feeder so you can fit a piece of PTFE tube in there. You just take a 2-inch piece of PTFE and stick it in there, and now you feed it through the PTFE. And when the filament wears out the PTFE, you just yank it out and stick a new one in. Let's see. What else? And of course, your hot end. That's about it. I wouldn't even attempt to tune your flow rate until the printer's working correctly, because it's going to change. It's going to be variable. So tuning it's not going to help you until you solve that problem first. Can't think of anything else offhand. Make sure the Pete Bowden tube going to the feeder, make sure there's no kinks. If a pet got a hold of it, chewed on it, kinked it, it's going to cause resistance for the filament going through. That's about it. I can't think of anything else offhand. But all of that should at some point solve the problem. You either have mechanical misalignment, a part out of round, excess friction somewhere, and that excess friction can be an alignment issue, can be a part wearing issue, or a hot end clogging issue, with a gap or worn out PTFE. But that should cover all the bases. Yep, exactly. Or a mechanical failure. But that would be an extrusion problem. The mechanical failure would manifest as an extrusion problem. So, yeah, that's the easiest. Just start from there. Do the caliper stuff first, because that's easy. You can do that in a few seconds. You'll know right away. Measure at the bottom, run it to the top, measure it again. And measure both top and bottom while it's at the top, because now you're not pushing on anything. So if you have a difference, you'll notice it. Okay. Okay, now the easy one is the body tube, the main booster. That's the easiest one to do. No problem, man. That's what I'm here for, to keep my victims happy. Hi, baby. How you doing? So now what I have to do is raise it up a little bit, because I need this line right here needs to bisect one of the scales. So I need to bring it out like this. I hate when it defaults to a millimeter. So what I do is I scale it until I bisect one piece. Now I believe this is 170 millimeters. 170, I believe. No, it's not. Yes, it is, I think. No, it's not. It's not 170? Since when? I could just shrink the whole thing, but then it'll be a pretty dramatic difference from part to part. It'll be very obvious that the that you change the scaling. So by this, I'm only stretching it like, 30% of one scale. Hello, scam caller.
Hi, Chris.
Hi.
Chris, this is you. I'm following up with you. You should remember a while back you filled out form.
Yeah, you guys are calling me almost every single day, multiple times a day, and I keep telling you I'm not interested, and you keep calling back. You see, they don't want to answer you because they don't want to remove you from the list. But why would they want to keep somebody who's not interested in the list? I don't get it. Like, I'm not going to buy whatever you're selling. Just take me out of your fucking list already. Ooh, I actually have to be careful. These fins have slots in them that are important, and these are going to overlap those slots. So I'm going to have to adjust the fins to account for that. I got to move the cuts out further. Or the whole fin out further if I can. I probably can't. Yeah, so that's going to take some remodeling. Align, center on the master ring. You're going to go there. You're going to go there. And there we go. We have a nice merger. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah. Oh, that looks so cool. Yeah, I'm just going to have to move that one. It's going to be a pain in the butt. So the easiest way is to dismember it and then there we go. So there, this one is aligned with an axis. So I delete that one and I delete that one. And then I rebuild this one to accommodate the change we just made. Okay, now how do I want to do this? Let's see, how did those other two line up? Were they centered? Yes, they were. We are on axis. Okay. Let's see, let's split this. Okay, so we need to shave this. So I need to shave this just outside of that. Because you can't have two intersecting lines in vase mode. You can't have intersections. You can have what looks like intersections, but it can't actually be intersections. Okay, turn that back to a hollow. Let's take apart this one. Not what I wanted to do. Oh, these are going to have to change too. Oh boy, yeah, they're going to have to change. Okay. I can make them jump from scale to scale. Take you apart. Okay, there is my... The embossment is still there. Good. Okay, can I do what I want to do? So if I do this... Okay, I have to hide this for now. Okay, there's my ribs. I should be able to do that. And now I should be able to take these set of ribs and move them out. I just got to get them right outside the scales. Okay, that should do it. It's not possible to have vase mode with more than one wall thickness. That's a violation of the very idea of vase mode. You can't do it. Recut those. Recut the tops of these. Turn them back into hollows. Bring back the fin and rejoin everything with the fin. There we go. My slice is outside of the scales. All right. That slice is outside the scales. Okay, so the fins are good. Control D, join with one of these, rotate it 120 degrees, since that is 3 fins. Then grab the other duplicate, but again, join it with the ring, 120 degrees the other way. Okay. Let's verify we are still clear. And yes, we are still clear. Yes, we are still clear here. Fins are good. These will be open, but that's okay. All right, now comes the pain in the butt. I got to do these things. Now, we already know they're the correct depth. So the easiest solution would be to extend them outwards across the 2 scales. Because I can't just leave them there because the rod is going to hit the scales. So we can't just leave them. We are also not correctly centered on the right angles here. The angle of the dangle. Okay. And it's not going to let me do that because I can't fucking see it because it's a piece of shit. There it goes. That looks pretty centered. No, 1 degree. Probably maybe even a half a degree. Yeah, half a degree. And it's not going to show me because for some reason it's out in Timbuk2. So negative 0.5. Why does that box need to be all the way out there? Why does that have to be so far out? Why can't you stick it right here? There we go. That looks good. Okay. Now, let's hide this. And let's separate this. Let's delete one. So we only have to play with one. Let's separate this again. There it is. Now we have that separated, but I want to rejoin. I need to see this from above. God damn it. Let's rejoin that. And let's take it a different color so we can actually see what we're doing. Now I need to put a work plane here so that I can grab this and move it out. And then I need to grab this and add to its dimensions out. I probably need to add 3 millimeters, so 3 millimeters. Okay. Let's bring back the scales. Okay. Come on, I need to see it. It won't let me pivot it so I can fucking see it. There it is. Okay, we're outside the scales, which is what we want. Okay. So we need to bring this back until it overlaps with the piece, just like that. Okay. And then we join it with the red piece again. Now we change our plane back down to the bottom. And now we make this overlap 2 scales evenly. Like that. So now it starts on this scale, ends on that scale, and we have a bar in the middle there so we don't break vase mode. That will work. The only thing is, I'm going to want to reduce that gap. That gap is too big. Okay. So I have to bring this in until it just touches. It's a little too much. Oh, no, not enough. Oh, those are not properly bonded. That's no good. Wait a minute, are these not bonded? How did that happen? This should be embedded like that. Well, not quite that much, but they need to actually be embedded. Of course it chose red. See, I need to grab this triangle, but I also need to see this gap. I need to see the fucking gap. Maybe I can do it this way. There we go. There. Ah, why'd you move? Okay. That should do it. All right, Control D. But bring you back down to here first. Come on. There. That should do it. Ready? Let's duplicate this. Actually, let's duplicate this and this as a pair with this. This way I can make sure the second part lines up perfectly, because this is going to have to be next. I got to figure out how to deal with that piece right there. Okay. All right, let's see how angry I can make Tinkercad, because I'm about to ask a lot of it. While we're waiting for that to do its thing. Okay. To understand why you cannot have variable wall thickness with vase mode. Vase mode is, think of it this way. Well, that was pretty fast. Let's export that and see what it does. Snaky booster. Really? Caps lock was on again. Okay. So, think of new so let's look at this. Think of vase mode like this. You're going to take a piece of paper and you're going to draw your shape. Let's say you want to do a cylinder. Here's the problem. With vase mode, as you draw the cylinder, fill screen, your start point must equal your end point. So the snake has to eat its own tail. So you have to draw your shape and you have to end up where you started so that you can repeat it again. Okay? Now, there's one more rule. You cannot cross your own line. So you can't do this. At no point can you cross your own line. Now, this can be done with vase mode, but you have to arrange the geometry so you never cross your own line. So if I wanted to make this shape without breaking vase mode, I would do this, and then I would come up here and do this, and then I'd come up here and do this. And I would make this gap here so small that it would look like it touched like this. So imagine if these were the exact same shape, but I had a little tiny gap here. So now I'm creating that shape without violating vase mode. So the way I do a multiple cylinder is you have an outside wall and you have an inside wall. Okay? So you can't do this because it has to, you also cannot cross You cannot cross empty space between two segments. You can't create islands. So when I draw this, so remember that game where you had to draw a shape, but you can't cross your own line and you can't lift the pen off the paper? You have to follow those rules. So in order to draw this, I would have to lift my pen off the paper and move it to here, and then draw this. Can't do that. You're not allowed to lift your pen off the paper. So what I would have to do is create a bridge to join this together, and I would have to erase the bridge in between them here, like that. So now if you look at this, I could start here, I can go out, I can draw the outside, then I can come in and I could draw the inside. I can go back out and draw the outside again. I can come back in and draw the inside again. So as you can see, I can keep repeating this shape over and over again without ever crossing my own line and without jumping across empty space and without creating islands, without lifting the pen off the paper. That's the rules for vase mode. You can't cross your own line and you can't lift the pen off the paper, and you have to end up back at your start point. So vase mode can't do, here, turn it back on. Vase mode can't do this. I didn't cross my own line, I didn't lift the pen off the paper, but I didn't end up where I started. I would have to lift the pen off the paper to go back to where I started to draw the next layer. Now, if this has thickness, as long as that thickness is greater than 2 times my nozzle diameter, well, then I can just do this. And now I come back to my start point, where this is as thick as what I want. So if you want a 0.4 millimeter wall, you can't do it. But as long as your wall is at least 0.8 millimeters thick, you can do it. That's how I make the ribs. Let me go back to the beginning. So when I draw one cylinder, and then I have my in cut, and I draw my inside cylinder, and then I have my out cut. Okay, so there you go. I didn't lift the pen off the paper, I didn't cross my own lines, and I got back to my start point again. So what about the ribs? How do I do that? Well, you do that by here, you go out, you go over, and then you come back again. So let me draw that a little more clear. You go out, you don't quite touch, and then you come back, and you get rid of this. Okay, now if you follow this around, out, around the outside, in, around the inside, come out, turn around, come back, complete the inside, go out, I'm back where I started. So I didn't cross my own lines, I didn't lift the pen from the paper, and I got back to my start point. Now I can repeat this over and over and over again. And I can add more of these ribs, as many as I want that'll fit around the outside of the cylinder. That's what we're doing. So if you look at this in a slicer, recent models, Segnos. Here we go. So if we look at this in the slicer, actually there's an easier way I can show this to you. By dropping this okay, let's slice it like that because I want to show you a clear cross section. There. Now we can really see it. So if you look here, where's my slice? Here's my slice. See? there's technically a tiny little gap between here. It's a 0.01 millimeter gap. So if we choose this here as our start point, okay, we could draw around the entire outside, and then we pass through this little slice to the inside. Now we're here, and we draw the inside, and when we get to a rib, we go out, but we don't go all the way through. We do a U-turn and come back, and then we draw more. Go out, do a U-turn, come back, draw more. Go out, do a U-turn, come back. Repeat that all the way around, and you end up going back outside, and you end up at your start point again. That's why this works. Now, the reason I have trouble with this in some slicers is because some slicers don't like these super tiny little gaps. They interpret these gaps as a non-manifold part, where my modeling program made a mistake, and that gap shouldn't be there. And so it tries to combine the gap into one or erase it altogether. Basically, it's trying to repair the STL file. The problem is, it's not a mistake. It's intentional. Yes, I can create a three-dimensional complex object. It's hollow inside. And theoretically, I can get pretty close to making this solid just by adding more and more ribs. But that would just be defeating the point. You're adding mass. Now, if you just want a thicker extrusion, then yeah, you can extrude thicker, but you have to adjust all these gaps to compensate for that. So, if these thin gaps cause so much problems in slicers, why have them? For a decorative model, you're right, I don't need them. But why would you do all this work for a decorative model? Just print it normally. The whole reason for doing all this work is first of all, I want a complex shape. But I don't want that shape to be heavy. Because number one, it takes longer to print. Number two, it costs more money in filament. And number three, it's not going to fly as well if it's really heavy. So, I hear something. If I want to make a rocket, which is an aircraft, it's a flight vehicle, it needs to be strong enough to handle the stresses of flight, but light enough to be practical. You know, if I made this thing out of solid metal, well, it's not going to go very high. It's going to be really dangerous. And it's going to take a really expensive... Whoa. It's delaminating. Holy shit. There it goes. Look at that. Wow. Why is that doing that? Okay, now it stopped. It was just the first couple layers. Oh, weird. I might have the angle too high, so not enough bonding between the layers. But using Vase mode gets me lightweight and gets me low-cost material count. But the problem is it's weak. So if you take a simple Vase mode part, where this is just a simple Vase mode part, and this is even with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, it's not very strong. It's very flexible. And this would be a problem if this did that, because it wouldn't hold together very well. Because not only does it have to fly at 100, 200, 400, 600, 800 miles an hour, but it also has to handle drag and flight stresses. If this thing gets a little cockeyed and turns sideways, that's going to be a lot of force pushing on those fins to straighten that rocket back up again. Then it has to handle the ejection charge. When the ejection charge fires, this is going to be pressurized, and it needs to be able to handle that force. And then it also needs to be able to handle landing. So when it comes down on a parachute and it hits the ground, it needs to be able to survive that. But also, what about aberrant flight? You know, what if it has some rod whip and this thing goes zip like that sideways? If this was just a single wall, the whole rocket might bend. And now that's actually going to make the rocket curve even more, and it's going to crash. So you need to make a structure that's strong but also light. Well, Vase mode gives me light, and Vase mode gives me cheap, which are both really good things. But it doesn't give me structural integrity. It'd be like building a paper rocket, which you can do, and only using one sheet of paper and keeping it one sheet of paper thick. That's not going to be very strong. I mean, that's essentially what this is. This is a paper tube, but it's multiple layers of paper wound in a spiral. That's how they make that tube stronger. Well, I'm doing the same thing with this. When you're talking about parts this small, a single wall vase mode nose cone and a single wall vase mode fin and fin can are perfectly adequate because the material strength at this scale is more than sufficient. But once you start moving up to this scale, it's no longer sufficient. It's not strong enough anymore. The part will bend or break or just not last very long. So I'm using engineered structural features to make it strong enough. Let's say I want to make a bridge to go across a small creek. Well, if the creek is 3 feet wide, you can just get some 6x6 lumber and lay it down, or get some railroad ties and lay it down, and that will cross that span just fine. That's like using vase mode on a little tiny rocket. But now imagine you're trying to cross a river that's 20 feet across. Well, now your railroad ties are not going to work. They're going to be stupidly heavy, stupidly expensive, and it's going to collapse under its own weight. It won't work. That's why bridges have arches and trusses and stringers and stuff like that. It's to allow us to make a bridge without using 1 billion tons of metal to make something so god-awful heavy that it sinks into the earth. Because that's what you'd have to do to make a simple log bridge to cross a span that big. So we use engineered structure to properly distribute the forces and stresses involved in order to make a bridge without using half the metal in the United States. I'm doing the same thing here. I'm using an engineered structure to give significantly more strength than a single wall print should have. And that's this. That's this engineered structure. So I have 2 walls. I have this inside cylinder and this outside cylinder. By itself is not very strong. But when I connect it with a sufficient number of ribs, it becomes an integrated structure, because now the inside cylinder is attached to the outside cylinder at 16 points around its perimeter, 32 if you count the 16 points touching the outside cylinder, and vertically those ribs are monolithic all the way up from top to bottom. So those ribs, you can probably see this. Yeah, you can see those ribs go from top to bottom. So that's like one continuous sliver of material that's connecting the inside and the outside together. And so what I have is a single wall engineered structure to give me strength. And it's enough. It's enough to give me strength. The only weak point I have so far is this seam right here blew apart on the first flight. Because this seam, remember, technically there's a gap here. So this here doesn't have a gap. This is a rib. You can see, oh, you can't see. You can see the rib comes out, turns around, and comes back. But you can see here, it overlaps the outside. That's because I'm permitting the slicer to allow a small amount of overlap without actually piercing the outside. So I maintain vase mode. But because you have plastic here, and then you have molten plastic coming out of the nozzle here, when that molten plastic touches that outer layer, just like when you draw one layer on top of another, except sideways, the 2 pieces of plastic fuse. That's why one of the things you have to do is you have to print a test piece, and then you have to, basically squeeze the living shit out of it. You got to take that test piece and you got to squeeze it a little bit and make sure those ribs are actually attached. Because if you didn't extrude enough plastic, the rib won't actually touch the outer wall. And it won't fuse, or it won't fuse sufficiently. And you'll notice that when you squeeze it, because it'll go crinkle, crinkle, crunch, crunch, because the ribs are separating inside and moving away from each other. So you have to give it a squeeze test to make sure the part is sound. So you take that part and you You give it a squeeze, and you see, does anything jiggle? Does anything move? Do I hear any crinkle, crackle, crackle of parts not being attached? If you have an open end like this, you can actually try to pull it. You can actually try to pull the part away from the rib, and you'll see it doesn't go, it doesn't move. However, the weak point of this design is this rib right here, because this is the one that connects the inside to the outside, so it has to fully penetrate the wall. And when you fully penetrate the wall, the only thing holding that together is the fusing of the two materials. When you have a continuous strand like this, and you try to penetrate it, you have to actually break the material. All right, so you have to actually bang, break the material. But when you have two things like this, and you fuse them together like this, the amount of energy required to break that fusion is significantly less than the amount of energy required to break that material and punch through it. So that fused line needs to be strong enough not to handle flying. It's because the flying is just compression forces, and you might have a little bit of torque if the rocket goes off kilter, but that's where the double wall comes in. That's what gives you your strength this way. That keeps your rocket from bending. It makes it very, very stiff. When the ejection charge fires, that's your greatest moment of impact force on the rocket. Inside the rocket, there's an engine. That engine goes, and the rocket shoots up in the air. Something has to release the parachute. And the way we do that is by pressurizing the rocket. So in the top of the motor, there's a little bit of black powder. And when the delay grain's done firing, that black powder charge, the delay grain burns really slow. It's like a slow fuse. That allows the rocket to coast up to its maximum altitude, since most of your thrust happens in a half a second, and then you coast the rest of the way. At the top, the ejection charge is a fast-burning charge that creates a whole bunch of gas real quick. Now, of course, there's a hole in the back of the rocket because the motor just finished burning, but pressure takes the path of least resistance. And as long as the amount of energy required to squeeze through that little tiny nozzle is greater than the amount of energy required to, ooh, that didn't work, blow off the end of the nose cone, and that's how it works. So when I blow into it, I'm pressurizing this tube, and that pressure blows off the nose cone, and then out comes your shock cord. Because when that shock cord blows off, it's blowing off with a hell of a lot more force than I just gave it blowing in. So what's going to happen is that shock cord's going to go like that at the end. That's why this shock cord's so long, because this shock cord is non-stretchy. So I need to make the shock cord long enough that air drag has a chance to slow these components down before I get to the end of that shock cord and go swing like that. Because two things can happen. One, I could rip out the shock cord, or I could rip out the motor mount, or if the parachute and nose cone go that way and the rocket is still going forward, this shock cord will yank and rip a line right down the rocket. It's called a zipper. And that little thin shock cord would just go right down the side of that rocket. So I make this long enough that all these components have a chance to slow down before it to a stop. But that moment when that ejection charge fires and goes boosh and fills this with gas at high pressure to force that nose cone off the top of the rocket, that airframe has to be able to survive that. And it's got to be able to survive it multiple times. No one's going to give me $75 for a rocket that they can only fly once. So that needs to fly 10, 15, 20 times, until they end up destroying it some other way. So that was where our failure was. That seam, where the two plastic comes together, gave way under the pressure of the rocket firing its ejection charge. Now, part of the problem was he installed the parachute wrong, so it overpressurized. The parachute got stuck inside the rocket. The second one, you can hear the same problem. It was either he had the parachute too tightly stuffed in there, or he had an overzealous ejection charge, because you could hear the pop when it fired the ejection charge. And it should have been more like a thump, not a pop. A pop means there was too much pressure. Now, even though that was technically either a user error or a motor error, those are common. And the airframe needs to be able to handle basic failures. You know, if any failure at all causes your airframe to buckle, you need to redesign your airframe. You know, your airframe shouldn't fail at the drop of a hat. You know, it'd be like being a boxer, and the other guy just goes pat pat, and you fall down dead. Okay, you're not going to last in boxing very long if that's all it takes to knock you out. You got to be able to take a couple hits. So the same thing with my rocket. What fell? Something fell. Oh, fin. So I need to engineer my rocket to be able to handle, you know, the basic flight forces a model rocket has to handle with a certain amount of tolerance. So it's got to be able to handle a little bit of abuse, because not every flight's going to be perfect. You know, you might deploy while coming down ballistic. You might go cockeyed and land shark a little bit, you know, go down range. You might have a slightly stronger than unusual ejection charge. So I have to modify my design to account for that. So one of the things that I did here, for example, is I installed a web. I call it the seg web, a segment with a web. And that is a section of the rocket. It took me a while to figure out how to make that vase mode printable, but I could make that vase mode printable. And that will catch the parachute and keep, well, number one, for this particular rocket, this rocket's going to deploy from the back. So this rocket will deploy here with this whole entire section coming off. Instead of the nose coming off, the tail's going to come off. And I'm doing that because I'm attaching a glider to the rocket. And I want the glider to be able to release. So when this top part pops off, it'll release the gliders. So they act as fins on the way up, and then they become gliders on the way down. This comes down on a parachute. Now the problem with this is there's not much space here. Okay? I have to have the parachute attached here and come out here. But I don't need the parachute being blown up inside the rocket, and then this rocket comes down and smashes on the ground because the parachute is up inside here. So that web is designed to make sure the parachute can't go past that point. Now that still means the parachute can be blown inside here. Well, that's why when I have that shock cord, you notice when I had that on the shock cord, the section from the nose cone to the parachute was short, but the section from the parachute to the rocket was long. Well, I'm going to do the opposite on this one. On this one, the parachute is basically going to be attached to this piece. And then this piece is going to have a long shock cord. That shock cord will be coiled up inside of here, and the parachute will sit on top of it. This way, when this comes out, the shock cord is going to allow these two parts to separate by quite a distance, and then this short piece of shock cord will yank that parachute right out of that half. And because of that web, there's nothing in here for the parachute to catch onto. So this way, I can guarantee that parachute will get yanked out and properly deployed. The nose cone's finished. It's back there. I think I need to print one more body segment. I think I need to make this another 400 millimeters taller instead of just 200, because I don't think that'll be stable with 3 of these. I mean, these are only 40 grams a piece, but that's still an extra 120 grams at the back. So I think I need to add one more body segment, and then the nose cone, and then that will be relatively complete. But you get the idea. I'm using engineering to create structural integrity without adding a whole lot of mass. That allows the rockets to not use a lot of plastic. So you could print an entire rocket, like a rocket like this. It'll have 3 more pieces on top. It uses a ½ kilogram of filament. So not only will it not be heavy, it won't be expensive. You know, you buy a $15 roll of filament, you can make an entire rocket for $10. A 3-inch meter-long rocket for $10? You find me a single kit that's that price. So when I try to sell the files for $25, I was like, what do you mean $25 for files? I was like, you're going to build a 3-inch rocket for $10, and you'll be able to do it over and over again, as many as you want. Is that worth $25 now? You see what I mean? So I plan to sell the digital files for 25 bucks. I was thinking 20, but I figure I'll make it 25. It's a nice even number, and this way I can offer a $5 discount at shows. Oh no, oh no! I'm not even in HPR territory. I can go up to 3.3 pounds. The wet mass of the hammer is only 23 ounces. I'm nowhere near the max. I mean, look at this. You want to go big? This is my 5-inch class rocket. There we go. Now we're talking big. Now we're talking 4 or 5 pound rocket. This is where you go when you want to go bigger. So this is the kind of thing you'll fly J's and K motors on if it holds up well. But same thing, it's fully modular. This is the motor tube. Whoops, almost dropped it because of the weight change. So this comes out the back, you know, there's 3 29mm motors. And then I also have one with a 38mm mount in it. There's not too many 29s that'll lift this. Is that what I sit on? Yeah. If that fits up your ass, you're very loose, buddy. You've been practicing if that fits. Lots and lots of practicing if that fits. But yeah, this is a 1-piece nose cone which I've abandoned. I'm going to be using modular nose cone now. So I think I can show you that. So that would be this. So this is the coupler. I don't have a nose cone out here, but this is the coupler, and then the nose cone would thread onto this. And then that would become a 1-piece nose cone. And there is your block shield here, so that the parachute doesn't blow up inside your nose cone. And then this just slip fits inside that. This is incomplete. It clogged and stopped printing. But, you know, this would normally be... I have one, don't I? I have a seg nose here. No, it's red. It's in the back. But yeah, that would just slip fit in there. And then the motor mount threads into the bottom here. You know, so that's how it all threads together. That's the whole point. So the motor mount would just thread right in there, just like that. I actually want to make a little boat tail motor mount just because I think it would look cool. Or snakehead nose cone. That just slips right on like that. The whole idea is you can disassemble all this. So you can take the rocket apart to make it easier to transport, easier to maintain and repair, less likely to get damaged by mishandling. You can change out the motor mount, put different motors in it. It's coming out pretty. This is going to be called the Dragon. I actually have a complete one in the back. I did the whole thing in white with a red nose cone. Looks really nice. And I'm even working on gliders. So I got glider wings that I'm working on. This is really heavy using the 0.6. I want to try to print one this big using the 0.4. See how light I can get it. Because the 0.4 nozzle ones are so much lighter. Well, 50% lighter. Well, 33% lighter. That one's 50% heavier, but this one's 33% lighter. Weight percentages work. But like I made this out of plastic, and it's only 40 grams. I mean, that's heavy as far as a paper glider goes, but as far as an all plastic glider goes, that's pretty damn light. But I have to add probably 10 or 15 grams of nose weight to it, so probably a penny. Add a penny to it, so it'll be, you know, because right now it's supposed to fall like this because it needs nose weight to make it forward. Center of gravity has to be in front of the center of pressure in order to. But yeah, it's fun. Now, the trick with that is we over extrude on purpose. So we intentionally over extrude. If your printer made a perfect extrusion, that would not stay together. That would come apart. We intentionally over extrude so the plastic mixes as they pass and you get fusion. If you don't over extrude enough, you don't get fusion. The way we're testing that is they print a test piece And the first thing they do is they squeeze it and see if they hear crinkle, crinkle. That will tell you you're definitely under extruding. But if you hear no crinkle, crinkle, you're extruding enough, but is it enough to hold together? Well, we test that. So there's the seam, and they'll print these, get to where they think it's right, make 2 of them, make sure they fit, and then they'll destructively test it. They'll squeeze this joint and give this a wrangling and a twisting, and I'm actually breaking the model. I'm putting holes in it and tearing the model apart, and the seam still has not given. That's when you know it's strong enough. Because remember, nothing is going to push on the side of your model and do this. That's never going to happen. It's always going to be an even force all around. That's why it's strong enough. But the ejection charge is a sharp whack, and that seam needs to be stronger. So now the seam is stronger than in-between space, the interspace between the ribs, which is fantastic. I think the reason his failed was because Prusa Slicer has... When are we taking off to the Mile High Club? How high did he go? He probably went 1,500 feet, so not a mile. He didn't want to go too high because he didn't want to go chasing it. But in theory, you know, I could stuff an H in a rocket like this. I could probably get this to 10,000 feet. I wouldn't want to be the one to go get it. If you want to fly it to 10,000, if you want to fly one of these on a big motor to 10,000 feet, I'll give you one for free. I'll mail it to you. But you got to pay me a deposit that's refunded when you fly it. I don't want people getting a free rocket that I'm paying for and then they never fly the damn thing. So you give me $75, I'll send you a finished rocket. You fly that thing 10,000 feet and it's yours for free. I'll refund your money. Because I'd like to see one do it. That's if we find out it works. When he flies the next prototype, we'll confirm that the model is valid. I think what was happening is Prusa has something called adaptive extrusion, where it'll adapt how much filament it extrudes based on what it thinks the model needs. So, for example, if it notices 2 parts too close together, it'll extrude less filament to allow it to print that without bulges and crap like that. The problem is I'm using modeling sleight of hand and trickery to do something that's not normally done, a very complex phase mode. So if the Prusa slicer determines that this is too thin walls and it extrudes less plastic because it thinks it needs to make this, well, it's not going to over extrude and these won't fuse and the model will blow apart. Like, I couldn't understand why his whole rocket blew apart. Like, the rocket didn't fail, the seams failed. The one seam failed on almost every part. So the whole rocket pressurized and 4 seams blew. I was like, I destroyed this part and I still haven't broken that seam. There's no way in hell your ejection charge is applying as much force as I've applied to this. So what we think is happening is I made this with Simplified 3D. And Simplified 3D doesn't do that adaptive extrusion bullshit. When I tell it to over extrude, it over extrudes. I think Prusa Slicer was reducing the flow rate through these channels, which made them weaker. Because technically they're too close. At least it thought they were too close. So I think I found the settings to turn that off. Oh. So I sent him the new settings to try that should disable that adaptive extrusion. Basically, I told it, always extrude 0.4 millimeters, don't argue with me. So his parts should come out as strong as my parts are. And so he's going to print the new files. Plus we made the wall thicker. Plus I made a monolithic rib. So let me show you what I mean. So you have this piece here. So you have this rocket piece here. So not counting the tube fins, this rocket has 3 parts. You have the tube, you have the threads at the top, and you have the threads at the bottom. The threads at the bottom to accept another part. In this case, a motor mount. I made these 3 distinct parts because that made my job easier to put together pieces in modeling. So as you can see on this one here, This one has ribs, too few. This is not strong enough. I tried it with 8 ribs instead of 16 to lower the weight a little bit and to increase the print speed, but I think that's too weak. I don't like it. It would probably hold up if I did the new thicker walls, but I don't like it's. This will handle flight stresses, but it might not handle your kid in the back of the station wagon. So, okay, the technique they're using. So you can see here, this one has 16 ribs, and they're straight, while this has 8 ribs and they're angled, they're spiraled. So these are completely separate. If you look closely, right here, you'll see the 2 ribs don't even touch. Which means the only thing holding this part to this part is 1 strand of filament at here and 1 strand of filament here. And worse, it's an angle, which means it's not a full 0.4 millimeter bonding to a 0.4 millimeter. It's a 0.2 bonding to a 0.2 because you have to shift the layers in order to create that angle. So not only is there only 1 perimeter attaching this part to this part, but it's a compromised perimeter because it's an angled wall. So it's half a perimeter on each side holding that together. And that's what he had. He actually had the piece fail there. You know, probably when it hit the ground, where that joint separated because there's almost nothing holding it together. So now it takes more work, but it's worth it. What the hell? So now if you look at this part, you'll notice that rib starts all the way at the bottom and goes all the way to the very tippy top. So that's 1 monolithic rib from the top all the way to the bottom. And there's 16 of those monolithic ribs, all single piece parts layered together, holding this thing together from top to bottom. Much, much, much stronger. Also less print errors too. The printer gets less pissy. You can see on this one started to split. See it there? See that gap? For some reason, it wasn't extruding enough plastic right there. That's because it's really thin right there. I could probably fix that a little bit of glue because this joint appears strong up here. It's not pulling apart on me. It's not crinkling or separating or anything like that. It's just there where it's really thin. This plastic is just... I'm glad I'm almost out of this plastic. Yeah, there you go. The last thing I got to work on is that right now rockets only have 2 launch slugs. And the problem is when you have a meter tall rocket and it's only held on by these 2 launch slugs, the wind tends to try to bend the rocket off the pad because there's nothing higher up holding it. So I want at least, I'd like at least 2 sets of lugs. So that's a 400 millimeter spread holding it together. The problem is the threads, they change. So I finally figured out how to make it so that when I thread the rocket together, you can see the fins line up. Okay, the problem is if you just do this a couple times, the fins don't line up anymore, which means the launch slugs won't line up anymore. What's happening is the plastic is wearing, it's distorting. So this little, the plastic here is distorting a little bit each time I do that. And now I got them diametrically opposed. That looks cool too. I like that. But so the first time you put them together, they'll line up. But the 4th time you put them together, they won't line up anymore. You'll have to back turn it a little bit to line it up. And the problem is now this will be loose. It won't be tight anymore. That's really bad. You want this to be tight because that gives it strength. There's no flex in this. This doesn't bend or move. I haven't figured out how to solve that yet. I think what I need is the top of the threads to be a little bit tighter, a better friction fit, so that even after distorting, you still end up with a friction fit. but I also need a hard stop. I need 2 flat plates, one on this part, one on this part, that when they come together, they hit hard stop, so that the alignment is fixed each time you turn it. But there also needs to still be enough friction to hold it together. Now that's not a problem, because what I can do is I can just put a little bit of tape on the bottom of the threads here. So it won't affect you starting, but once the threads reach that little bit of tape, it's going to start tightening up because it's thicker now. So it'll increase the amount of friction. And that's normal in rocketry to do, I don't care. But I need that hard stop so that they go, and they stop at a fixed point to make sure that the launch slugs from part to part line up. Right now, the way I'm doing it, so for example, on this part here, I don't have to worry about that because it's breaking here, which means there's no threads. These just slide together. So I can just align these myself manually each time, and that will always line up. But not if the nose cone's up here and the launch slugs are down here. So, now right now the workaround is I put a launch slug on the nose cone, because you can turn the nose cone because it's a slip fit like this. So you can have one extra launch slug all the way at the top, and that'll keep the rocket from being bent off of the rod. But that's a little bit of a kludge. I'm not super fond of that fix. So I'm working on it. Little by little, I'll get it working. Each time I do another revision, I improve the model dramatically more and more each time I do it. So we're getting to the point now where I'm making some really clean, really strong parts that are just beautiful. I mean, this is just gorgeous. I love this rocket. This is going to be one of my favorites. So there's settings in Prusa Slicer where I can tell it make the walls all 0.4 millimeter, and that should stop it from using that adaptive stuff, because Prusa Slicer is the only other slicer. Prusa Slicer is the only other slicer that I can get to slice my models. Simplify 3D, no problem. Prusa Slicer with some tweaking, I can make it work. But Cura, forget it. Actually, I think I have Cura. I think Longerware is a skinned Cura. No, this is for resin printing. Yeah, this is for resin. Okay. So I don't have a Cura installed. I use it so rarely. I want to, but the only reason I would want to try the lightweight filaments is if I used ASA, because then I would have temperature stability. But remember, the way those lightweight filaments work is they add a foaming agent to the plastic. So the plastic is literally foaming up like soap bubbles. So you're getting, a 100% increase in volume. You're getting half the strength because you have half the plastic there. So it's nowhere near as strong as the regular material without the foaming agent. So if your regular material is already borderline for being strong enough for the application, the lightweight stuff, it's just going to blow apart. Now, the foaming might help with the larger rockets like this, because I'll be able to build that rocket there using a larger nozzle. So I will be compensating for the lower strength a little bit by having a fatter extrusion. So for example, I could build that model with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, and it will weigh as if I printed it with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. So my mass will be cut in half, and it will be half as strong, but because I'm using a 0.8 millimeter or even a 1 millimeter wide nozzle, I'm going to increase my bonding surface area. So the increase in bonding surface area basically structurally just like I did here. This model blew apart, but the new model with the thicker wall didn't. So same thing with the foaming agent. Thin wall foaming, weak. Thick wall foaming, strong enough. Maybe. So I might be able to do a 1mm extrusion and shave 2 pounds off the weight of that rocket while still being adequately strong enough because of the 1mm extrusion. So it depends on if the foaming agent works at 1mm, meaning you might not be able to get enough heat into it to cause the foaming to happen. Or you might have to print so ridiculously slow you don't want to bother. You'd rather just put a bigger motor in it. So that's something I'll have to test at some point. I'd like to test that. But yeah, I definitely want to play with the foaming stuff. Now, where the foaming PLA and stuff like that come in really handy is for the scale dudes. The dudes who are making scale rockets. So, for example, they're actually building a regular paper rocket, and then they're printing a skin to go on the outside. Kind of like the snake skin we just did. Actually, I didn't check to see if that would slice. Let us see if the snake will slither. Slither, slither, slither. Happy, happy snakies. Nope, I see an error. Why is the error mid-print? What? That makes no sense. If it prints correctly above this, it should print correctly below this. Oh, I'm seeing glitches. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't cut through the model. Oops. I forgot the external cut. No wonder it's not working. How heavy is that though? I get an idea of my weight. Oh, not too bad. 99 grams, and that's including 3 very large fins. So it didn't add that much weight. That's good. I forgot to I have to cut all the way through the outside. The cylinder has a cut all the way through the outside, but not the snakeskin. The slither part doesn't have a cut all the way through. So we got to fix that. Boy, that's going to be fun, taking this all apart again to fix that. Yay. Actually, it shouldn't be that bad. So now I have to... Ooh, I can't. I can't dismember this part. Shoot. Oh, maybe I can. I don't remember. No, this is the downloaded. Yeah, see, this is not exploded. Oh, crap. So I have to make this cut come all the way through somehow. I don't think there's an easy way to do that. Maybe. Hang on. If I go and... Not those... I simplified the model by downloading it and re-uploading it. So I have to go back to the original, which is more complex. Here we go. Yep, that's why that didn't work. I'm surprised that there was any section that worked, except for the threads at the top. It all should have failed. Okay, so there is my 200mm tube. We need to copy that. Damn wind is blowing. Couple more weeks and we won't have to worry about the cold anymore. Couple more weeks. Almost done with it. Okay. Let's paste the part in. It's going to piss off Tinkercad something fierce. I'm bringing in so many parts. It does look like they line up. So let's change the color. No, I didn't want to do that. What did I drop off? Let's go back. Go back again. There we go. Okay. So, all right. Let's split you out here. I can get rid of this piece in here. Okay. Now what happens if I split you again? Not what I wanted, but that's okay. We can still make this work. I gotta split you one more time. But before I do that, I'm pretty sure the next split is going to be the ribs. So I gotta wait for it to finish building the model first. And then we can basically copy just that one rib. Yeah, no kidding. That's why I'm working on that solar-powered printer. I want to try to make a printer that's completely solar-powered using no grid power. In the wintertime, that'd be pretty tough, but in the warmer months, not too bad. Come on, finish modeling the file. What is taking so long? I need to change the color to something different. Okay, now I need to align it with this part. There we go. Uh-oh. I made that taller. I never should have done that. Oh man, that piece never should have changed shape. Bad, bad, bad. Bad, Chris. So that means I need to also shift it. Because it's going to align with the top. There we go. So now I can hide this. Now I should be able to dismantle this. There's my ribs. Now I can delete this. Okay. I need to separate these. And I need to delete all the yellow ones. Because I only need the blue one. It looks like they do line up. I can also delete that. No. That's part of the new model. Okay. Take this, turn it into a hollow, and slice through the snakeskin. Just like that. Okay, now I need to Control D that. Put it over with that one since it now has the slice in it. I can bring it back. There we go. Now I have slice. Does that overlap? It does not overlap with the launch slug. Whew! Just misses it. Now I have a slice through the whole thing. Now I can get rid of this too. Now I can rejoin all these together. Watch Tinkercad cry for a little bit as I make it suffer. You shall suffer and bend to my will. Or I will eat you. Rawr. Okay, let's change this to an obnoxious color. That's not too obnoxious, actually. I need to align this with this. Align with this. Bingo, bango. Now I need to get the green one. Why can't I grab anything? There we go. Why can't I grab this model? It won't let me grab the green one. Wait a minute. Is it joined with something else? Why wouldn't it grab that? There we go. That was so weird. And I forgot I need to duplicate that. There we go. So, because I have to build the next set of tubes. I have to build this one and this one using that. Fun, 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 fun. All right. All right, snaky booster. Snake your way right into my slicer. Prepare to be sliced. Please work. Ooh, looking good so far. Looking good so far. I don't see no red yet. A little bit right there. Why did that happen? A little. Ah, an island. There's a little tiny piece of the scale that's probably outside as the island. Is that the case? No, actually it's not. So why do we have an error there? That should be okay. Why is it throwing an error? Make the tool head go away. That looks okay to me. Oh, you see it? You guys see it? See the problem? It got pinched off. That little piece right here got pinched off. And that is an island. You cannot have that. So I got to make sure this slice goes through the scales. I think I actually know how to fix that. I can't rotate the tube, but I can rotate the scales. The problem is that means I have to move the launch lug. So what I can do is I can separate the scales. No, I did not want to do that. Blew everything apart. No, no, no. Okay. Just the scales. So what I can do is I can rotate the scales to get them off that point. Just that little bit is probably enough so that I don't create any orphans. No orphans there. Hey, Ortega. How are you doing? Okay, that looks good to me. I think that will not generate orphans. So now I combine that with this. I need to rotate the launch lugs a little bit to recenter them. Well, first of all, let's join them together so they're easier to manipulate. And then we link them with the... Nope. Launch lugs with the master ring. And then we rotate them to get them back centered. There we go. So they are once again centered on one of the scales. Actually, I think I went a little too far. We are going to go 1 degree out. And that's too far. Give me the fucking box, you piece of shit. .5. God, I hate when it does that. That looks good. Okay. Let's verify the slice looks good. I don't see an orphan there or there. Wait a minute. No, I still have an orphan. This little segment right here, I think, is going to orphan. How do I fix that? It's because this is a straight wall. If this was an angled wall, it'd be fine. Let's try it, but I think it's going to orphan. I think I'm going to have to switch this to straight cuts. Because if I did straight cuts, it wouldn't do that. It's only doing that because it's in a spiral cut. It's like this one should be fine because it's going through the curve part. That one will be fine. But these two and these two, I think, might have orphans. Let's find out. Okay. Let's see. Let's try it. Nope, I already see it breaking. Not as bad, though. It's like I thought that one's fine. That one's actually fine. Actually, most of it's fine. No, I got a break there. Got a break there. Every time you see the that tool head jump, you have a break. So break there, breaks there. It's mostly okay. I might just try printing it. See what happens. Because it's only, oh, that's a lot. That's a lot of deviations. These are all these little bubbles. See how much easier it is to see retractions here versus Prusa Slicer? That little freaking X that you're supposed to somehow spot. Well, this one has these little blobs. You see how I turn them on and off? And if you see a whole bunch of those blobs, that's a problem. Because some of these, instead of being compression gaps, might be expansion gaps. And expansion gaps will ruin the print. Yeah, that's a lot. I wonder why there's a whole bunch there, but none here. Like, why is there segments over here? Because this is all clean. It's all really clean, actually. No, I got some down here, too. None down here, though. Oh, I got some here. This is probably another orphan. Yep. Did you see it? See? That little tiny orphan piece right there. It can't figure out how to get around that. Dagnabbit. So close, so close. I like my spiral cuts. I put a lot of work into them. Oh well. I will make it work. I could probably just let it go and try printing it. But if I'm going to sell these files, especially with, well, let's see how Prusa Slicer handles it. Let's see how badly it butchers it. No holes. I wonder if it just makes a correction to the model. You can't really see the errors as easily in Prusa. So it looks like it actually connected it, because that should have been an orphan. Or maybe it just deleted the orphan segment. Huh. Yeah, sometimes, though, it makes it worse. But yes, a lot of times it can fix things. Let's try exporting this, because it did correct some errors. So let's export the plate. Let's call this one 22. And let's also export the G code and see what that looks like too. Usually when I do the export the STL, it makes it worse. Yeah, same errors. Didn't really help much. But I am curious. What about the G code? Oh, I can't examine the G code. I can't, like, go through the layers. That's weird. I knew I couldn't see killer details, but I thought I'd see something. So it looks like it fixed that one. And it fixed that. Okay, so it fixed it by erasing it. See, this line should continue down. And so Prusa Slicer actually fixed it by erasing those orphans. Interesting. Now I wish I could export the STL with those deletions. See, same thing here. It looks like it deleted two of them. This one and this one would have lined up with that. Maybe this third one too. So they got a little nub here, so it deleted a couple of the islands. Yeah, that's what it did. See? See how this goes in gently here? Well, this should continue. This arc should continue. This arc right here, see that line formed by these elbows? That should continue straight through here. So it looks like it made a slight tweak of the model to make it work. Very interesting. Again here, it made a slight tweak of the model. I do know how to manually do that. It's annoying, but I know how to do it. So I might do that later on. Yeah, it did a good job. I'll give it credit. It did a good job. I don't know if I can import that step though. File. Yeah, but I needed to apply the post slice changes. So the problem is this is not what I need to export. I need to export the modified model. I need to export the model where it deleted the orphans. That's the problem. Do you stop it? And as far as I know, there's no way to do that. There's no way to tell it to edit the model and then export it. These corrections will be included. So auto repair to 136 errors, that will be corrected. But the actual geometry changes that it makes in order to make the vase mode slice work, basically it's saying, okay, you told me to print vase mode. That part's an island, so I'm just going to delete it. Which is normally not something we want, because usually it's deleting something I put there on purpose. And that's actually critical. In this case, it's actually deleting stuff we want it to delete. I wonder if I can do that here. What's that? Probably the easiest thing to do would be to just use straight slices. If I use straight slices, this problem goes away completely. Let's see. But let's try that anyway, though. So let's slice it. File, export. I don't see an object. I don't see an option to export as a step file. How do you export as a step model? Oh, wait a minute. Do you mean in Tinkercad? No, the problem's coming from Tinkercad, so that's not going to do anything. Look at it anyway. Yeah, it's only OBJ, STL, or GLB. What's a GLB file? What is GLTF? A standard file form of three-dimensional scenes and models. Huh. What's the purpose? Is it a Blender thing, a gaming thing? There's a video on it. Oh, okay. Well, the step file wouldn't help you here because it's a geometry problem because of the way I want to slice it. Because I have two right-hand angle interfaces here, intersections here. You have three angles here. You have this angle, which is your layer. You have this angle, which is your cut. But then I'm adding a third angle, which is this angle, which is the edge of the model. And when you take this and this, you can see no problem, right? All right. Actually, I can show that to you really easily. So you have this cut and you have this cut. No problem, right? Everything's good. But now what happens if I add a third cut? Here. You get an island. You get a little orphaned piece wherever the three intersect like that. And that little orphaned piece, that's what's causing the vase mode problem. Now, Prusa Slicer is taking care of that by deleting. It's basically just deleting that portion of the bottle. So to see that in 3 dimensions, I have this shape here being sliced like this, which is fine, but then I also have a slice like this. And so you end up with this little piece right here. On this one it has 2, but this one it's angled the other way, so it's okay. This one's angled this way, so it's not okay. So that little orphaned piece right there can't be vase mode printer. Remember what I said? You can't lift the pen off the paper to cross open space. Well, in order to print that little orphan, I have to leave the print and cross open space. Even though the open space is 0.01 millimeters, it's lifting the pen off the paper, and you have a retraction event and a travel move event. No, mesh mixer won't help. What I should do is do it correctly, create new ribs that are vertical, because not only will that eliminate this problem, since this will instead of having this, and this, which is creating an island, instead I would have this, and this, which doesn't create an island because it's straight up and down. So any piece like this that sticks out isn't an island because it has a path straight back to the wall. It's when you try to have an angle piece, and now when you draw your straight path, you have this little island here. But when your cut is a straight path, you don't generate those islands. Or if you do, it's easy to move your cuts. So for example, I could just make sure all of my cuts are 15 degrees. If I make sure all of my cuts are 15 degrees, then I can make sure all of my cuts go straight through the center of each set of these things, so they never touch these sides right here. If I could have made these sides more angled like this wouldn't have happened. This only happens because I have 3 right angle faces touching each other. You can actually see it right there. See? You have this face, you have this line, and then you have the layer line. And like right here, there's no problem because none of the layers get orphaned. But you start getting close to the edge of one of these lines, like here, and now you could actually see. Oh, if you look carefully, you can see what I'm talking about. Jesus, oh, you're stuck in fucking 1 millimeter again. No wonder it's jumping all over the place. Damn it. You could actually see it. So you have this face here. You have this face here forming my slice. And then you have a horizontal face, which is your layer lines. So you could see at some point, this point here becomes so small that it can't connect. It can't, once this dimension goes below 0.8 millimeters, it can't do this. Let me show you. So you can see here, it needs this gap here between this wall and this piece here is 0.8 millimeters. The reason that 0.8 millimeters is there is because this wall takes up 0.4 millimeters. And this wall right here, that little tiny segment right there, that also needs 0.4 millimeters. So when this filament path comes down like this, and it wants to do a U-turn, it can't just do a U-turn. It has to move over 0.4 millimeters so that it can lay another 0.4 millimeter path next to it. So this dimension here is 0. It's 0.01 millimeters. I'm telling it I wanted to make this U shape here. Well, this bottom of the U consumes 0.4 millimeters, and this outer wall consumes 0.4 millimeters. So the distance from that point right there to the outside edge of this wall needs to be 0.8 millimeters so that the pathing software can correctly see, okay, I can do that, and I can do that, and these parts don't cross paths. They touch, but they don't cross. So that's why this gap distance is so critical. It has to be 0.8 millimeters. So that means any feature on the print that is smaller than 0.8 millimeters can't properly print. And I can show you one right here. See here? This here has to be 0.8 millimeters wide to allow it to do this. This can be as small as 0.4 millimeters, the radius of the nozzle. But anytime you come out, turn around, and come back at a right angle, this is not quite a right angle, so you can actually go a little bit smaller. But let me show you one where it fails. Here we go. So if we turn off the retraction points here, you can see this little piece right here got pinched. See? It's not connected anymore. This is an island. It's an orphaned chunk. Simplify 3D says, well, it's in your model, so I'm keeping it, which a lot of times is helpful because you get the geometry you want. In this case, if it would simply delete this little piece, the model would print fine. And Prusa is doing that. Simplify 3D is not. It's making corrections, but not enough. And you can see we have a distortion here because of that correction there. And there's probably another one over here somewhere. Nope, that should be it. There's two of them. So we have two orphans here. But what I can do in Tinkercad, I can just delete this little segment. I can just delete a chunk of the model here. I mean, it'll be a mark you could see, but you won't notice it unless you're looking for it. So I can just delete a couple millimeters of that, and then I come down here. You can see it again here. If I bring us down to that layer, you'll really see it. So let me turn off the tool head again. See? Again, we have this little orphaned piece that is trying to print, but it got pinched off because it became too narrow. Hey, A1 offender. So I would have to go into Tinkercad and modify the model to remove that. If I made these sides just a slight angle, that would probably go away, but that would require me to go all the way back to the beginning of a single scale and redo all this over again. I got two words for that. Fuck that. I'm just not doing that. So an easier solution that would work just as well and would also make this stronger, because you notice my ribs don't connect to the scales. The ribs are designed to touch this wall, not this wall. So by switching over to straight ribs, I can also make these ribs touch the scales, which will actually make the whole model stronger. So I'm going to do that. Now, why it has a glitch there, and it's choosing to come all the way out to here to restart the layer again, I have no idea. That's just a stupid pathing thing. Probably has to do with the fact that I told it to make the start point 0, 0. So it's moving as close to the start point as it can to restart the next layer. if I could, that's why I wish Simplify 3D would allow me to touch the print bed right here and tell me what is the XY coordinates of this spot. Like, I want to know what the XY coordinate of that spot is right there, so I can tell it to make that the starting point. Because if I could tell it to make that the starting point, a lot of the weird pathing things that Simplify 3D does would go away. So not too many glitches, but enough that I want to fix it. So let's fix it real quick. I'm going to end this soon because it's 4:19 and I'm getting hungry as hell. Oop, no, don't do that. Now what I do need to do is I need to bring in another cylinder. Oh, because it wants to go to that point for some reason. I don't know why. It just wants to. Now, this is the one I can take apart, right? There's the center there. Let's get rid of that. Yes. Let's get rid of that. Okay, now we just delete all these. Recombine this. Okay. Now we're going to temporarily recombine this so that I can move this without breaking it. Okay. Now we take this. Oh, I also need that. Okay. I'm going to have to bring that in manually. How tall is this? That's 197 is fine. All right, so let's start dismantling. Thankfully, it's not too much. So I got to also dismantle that since I need that clear piece to come back out again. We delete that. This needs to be replaced with this one. Since I'm going to be recutting it. Oh, the only problem is I rotated the goddamn snakeskin cylinder, and that's going to be a problem. Actually, no, it's not. I can go bring in the original skin cylinder. Okay, so I need this piece. Let's go back into here. Okay. Paste that. So that needs to become part of this. That and that. You up here. Okay, that takes care of that. What did I do with the original cylinder? Oh, it didn't put it back in yet. That's weird. It's still loading. I'm going to have to redo these too. But that's okay. Yeah, that's looking good. Let's see if it'll let me exit. Now I need to go back to this one. Because I need to make sure the snakeskin is aligned on the 9090. Otherwise, it's going to cause me problems. The cuts won't lie. I won't be able to do a simple 15, 15, 15. So I need to copy this again. Yes. Go back to Snaky Booster. This file's starting to get cumbersome. I might have to go to a new workspace. Although Tinkercad's behaving pretty well so far. Normally, I'm using a lot of simple shapes, so that helps a lot. When you start getting really complex shapes, it starts getting really pissed off. Okay, so we can delete this one. And we can delete this one. We can we got to keep that for now until we get the new one in. Okay, so we need this one to go away. Actually, I have a master ring. So let's make sure these are lined up first. They are not lined up perfectly. Now they are. Now I can delete this one. I can bring this one in. And we can delete that too. So this now needs to be lined up with this. That gets that properly centered. Okay. We're going to use this line right here as our start cut. Okay. I'm probably going to have to change the height of this. So these need to be joined together. Actually, nope. I got to reverse that because I need to join that other part last. So these two have to join first because I need to separate that later. I have to keep the two sets of threads lined up, otherwise I lose my indexing. So I have to put it in position, create my cuts, remove that, cut, then re-add that. Come on, come on, come on. This is looking really cool. I'm really looking forward to printing this part. It just looks so damn neat. I'm even thinking about using the transparent PETG to print this. Oh, I'm really thinking about that. Because I have a transparent PETG that's a gradient color change. That would just look shit hot in snakeskin pattern. But a color change would also hide the snakeskin a little bit. And I'd like to keep the snakeskin really nice. There we go. So I take this piece, line them up on this piece, center, center. Yep, we definitely need to shorten this. Wow, I didn't realize it was that big a difference. Ooh, it might be worth just lengthening it. Yeah, I think I will lengthen it, but I'm going to keep this thrust ring exactly where it is. Because otherwise I'll break the bottle. How tall is this? Oh, 202. It can't be this tall. Oh, we never cut this down yet. Yeah, we never cut this down. Okay. Okay, I forgot. That's right. We have to lengthen this a little bit to get that right in the middle there. Now that should be 170. 170. Yes. Okay. So we have to chop off, because this is a fresh snakeskin from the other workspace. Make sure I got all 4 sides. Yes. We then take this and chop it down. I'm not sure. I'm probably going to use the sapphire just because the CR6 SE would give me a better quality print, but it's not happy with the cold temperatures. It really doesn't like it. So we're going to not piss it off any more than we have to. Ooh, these need to be chipped up a little bit. See how they poke through? Those fins are so big they poke through. But we can easily fix that. So we're going to drop one there. Drop one there. And drop one there. So take you and you, join, you and you, join, you and you, join. That gets rid of the excess sticking up out of the bottle. Give my work plane back where it belongs. Let's see here. Those need to be rotated back around again. So we join that and that. Come on. Why does it have to be so far out? Okay. The bottom one is good. The top one is not good. So we separate them. And we have to bring you down to about there. That looks good. Let's rejoin them together to keep them a matched pair. Oh, and we can delete you too. We don't need you anymore. And we can also delete you guys. And we can delete you. The more I delete, the better. Now, wait a minute. Because of what I'm doing here, I should revert back to not requiring a snake adapter. Because if I use a snake adapter, then I have to put snake scales on that too. I do have a new model that doesn't use that. I think it's this one. Yes. Okay. So I can just steal that. I should have copied it before I did that, but that's all right. I can actually undo this. Copy, and then undo. There we go. Now I can go back to here. Okay, that means this is all going to have to be redone, so I could just delete this. Because none of that's going to line up anymore. Okay. So I need to split this up again. I need to split this up one more time. One more. There it is. This has to go away. Wait a minute. Yeah. That's got to go away. That's got to go away too. And this has got to go away. And this should be okay. And this. Where's my footprint? Where'd the foot go? Oh, shit. This doesn't have threads. This doesn't matter. I can take it from anywhere. Okay. None of these are going to thread together. Okay, paste. That is what I need. 170. There we go. Okay. I think that's the basics there. Do I have anything hidden? No. So where's my threading? Where'd it go? I don't remember deleting it. So this, and this all has to join together. Actually, I think I need to make one more change. Okay. So this and this can join. But not that yet. Because I first have to make a mold. But that's going to get tricky. That's impossible. That's more like it. I need to make that 170 and move it up to 0. Okay, there we go. Now I need to make this a solid hole temporarily. Oh, I can make it permanently, actually. This needs to be all one piece. You'll see why in a moment. Okay. Because I need to make a mold of this. And that mold has to cover 2 snake segments. So that will be enough to cover both snake segments. Okay. Off. How tall is this? 197. Oh, 206 is okay. No, 206 is not okay. Shit. No, the Sapphire Pro can go a little over 200. Okay, we're good. Most printers can go just a hair over 200. I might have to shorten this later, though. I might have to knock 6 millimeters off of this just to make sure it's compatible with everybody's printers. And I have to bring it inside of that line there. Okay. And that should not be inside anything else. Uh-oh. I think no, we kept it a solid cylinder, so we're good. Nope, I see a little bit inside there. Drat. Oh, that's okay. No, it's not okay. It might be okay. So Control D. How much can I lift that without penetrating the sphere? So right there. That should do it. So if I take that and join it with this square, okay, that covers the overlap. It's gone. Okay. Now I have to turn this into a duplicate hole to cut this. Now I'm going to hide this temporarily, and I got to draw my lines. So now I make my cuts through the model. 206. 0.02. Okay. Let's Control D that again and save one. Like that. Actually, I don't need to. I gotta rehide this. Did I get rid of the duplicate? Yes. Okay, so now I have to center this on this. Freeze this. There is my point. Good. Now I need to create a duplicate and join it with this, and I have to rotate it 15 degrees. Okay. Nope, wrong way. Needs to be -15 because of the way I made the block. -15. So now we need 2 cuts because we have 2 different patterns. We have this pattern and this pattern. See how they're offset? So I can then repeat these 2 cuts over and over again all the way around, making it nice and easy. Okay. So first I gotta make these solid. Okay. Did I do it right? Let's find out. So first I'm going to need 2 of these. Control D. This way I can merge these separately into separate fins. That one. And this one. So now I have my 2 vertical cuts. Now I need to shift both of these cuts in 0.8 millimeters. So this one has to go this way, -0.8 millimeters. And now I have to put a work plane on this one so that I can shift this one -0.8 millimeters. Now I can put my work plane back here. All right. Now I can take the, oh yeah, I shifted them, so we're okay. That'll also reinforce these as well, which is really nice. So these won't just be flopping in the wind. Now I take these two, shift and shift, Control D, and I should be able to rotate them 45 degrees. Nope. Why isn't this working right? 30 degrees. I need to go negative 30. Got it. Now I keep repeating. There. Now I do still need one of them to fully penetrate. So now we grab this one again and we bring it out so it fully penetrates the model. See how it conforms to the shape? All right. Now we're going to hide this so that I can select all of these, turn them transparent, make them into a single group. Uh-oh. I see an error. There should not be a line there. Is that a gap or a defect? That should not be like that. Why is that like that? Come on. Why you gotta be a bitch? I gotta start over. I didn't notice the gap. Okay. Okay, we're back where we started. I have to dismantle these again. Now, can I repair it? Maybe. Maybe. I need to copy this. I have two here, right? Yeah, I have two here. There it is. See the little slit? See a little fucker right there? That little fucking cocksucker right there. Delete. Undid it. It's fine. I might be able to repair it. No, what I need to do is fix it right. Okay, so I need to delete the extra. I need to disassemble this. I need to make this just a hair bigger. 36.1 will probably be enough to get rid of that bad overlap. You, and you. Join together. We still have our correction inside there. Basically, the parts weren't perfectly overlapping, and that created a problem. So, Control D, hollow, join with the box. All right, do we still have it? Looks like we got rid of it. Are you serious? There's a tiny bit more? No. We got it. It's gone. Excellent. Okay. Now we do it again. Control D. One of them goes to that one. One of them goes to that one. Oh, my box is not perfect. I have a little thing there. Oh, crap. Oh, I didn't notice that. That would have caused a problem later on. Delete one. Separate. Okay, what I need to do is rotate this a tiny bit. Just a little bit. No. I need to separate this first. Now I can rotate this a tiny bit. That fully intersects both. Okay. Now I take this, turn it into a hollow, join it with this. Then I take this, join it with this. Turn it into a hollow. Duplicate it. One to this one. One to this one. All right, that looks clean. Yes. Now, we take this. Now we can join these two again. So now I can separate this. Why do I have... Oh, yeah. Now we can do that. Actually, I don't want to do that. I want to join this with this. There we go. And now I can join these two and this. Join you two. Uh-oh. I grabbed one of the things. See how it's highlighted in red? I gotta unselect that and select that. There we go. Now we take this one and we move it negative 0.8. And then we take, yeah, Fragger, it's going to be a snake rocket. And it's actually going to come apart in midair and wiggle in the sky. Negative 0.8. Okay. Now, we take this one, and this one, and this one. Control D. Where the hell's my grab point? See, why does it always put the grab point off the screen? Why can't it put the grab point there on the screen? Some of the choices they make in the UI, and why is the compass ring so far outside the middle of fucking nowhere? I know why. It's just annoying as hell. And why is the number box all the way out here? Look at it, all the way out here in the middle of fucking nowhere. It's like some of the UI choices, like, why? Why did you do that? Why did you make that choice? Okay, this one has to fully penetrate like that. Now, we hide this so I can grab all of these, turn them hollow, and make them a single unit. And bring all the parts back. Now, once it's done processing that, we join it together. This shouldn't give me any problem slicing. If it does, I'm throwing it out the window. And it should be a nice unified structure, too. This will be nice and strong. Which is what you want. You want it to be strong. Oh, this has threads. And I won't need them anymore. So guess what? You're giving me your threads. Although I do want to keep you. Since you'll be a nice handy adapter for the future. What the hell? Oh. I didn't realize there was that many pieces. There it is. That's what I needed. Control D. I need this one right here. That's not what I want. Why the fuck would you grab that? Sometimes this thing does the... You stupid son of a bitch. It duplicated the wrong piece. There we go. Then we can throw you all back together again. You stupid son of a bitch. Why would you grab this tube all the way over here that's not even on the screen? Urgh. If Tinkercad wasn't so useful, I'd be finding those engineers and biting them. Somebody would be getting a biting. Lick my balls. We also need this in here because those are the threads. Now what? Are you going to argue with me again? Where the hell are my control points? Am I going blind here or something? It kept eliminating my control points. Okay. All right, let's make the tube first. All of our cuts are ready. La-di-da-di-da-di-da-di-da. Just remember, if you give me a hard time, you're dinner tonight. I will eat you. I might need to unify the cuts. The cuts might be too complex. Because remember, ow. Yeah, I might have to export the cuts. Well, it did it. We'll see if it breaks the model later. This has a lot more ribs than normal, though, so it's going to be heavier, and I don't like that. Do I want that many ribs? See, I normally go 22.5 degrees. But on this one, I went 15 degrees in order to line up with the the scales. But that greatly increases the number of ribs. Almost doubles them. Oh boy, that's a lot. It's going to add a lot of mass and print time. Well, it's probably not going to add that much mass. We're going to find out. It was 99 grams previously. So we're going to see how much over 99 grams we are with the new model. Okay, now I need this. And this. Control D. This is where I'm going to get in trouble. Because I'm about to make a lot of duplicates. Nope, let's go back. And let's go back again. Let's do this. This. And this. Control D. Ow. Because I need to replicate this to make these other tubes. Okay. Let's make this. So we take this and we rotate it 180. Now we stop it. What are you doing? Keeps going back more and more steps. It's like, stop doing that. What I need is, what is that? There's like 2 pieces in here. Yeah, there is. Why is there 2? Huh. That's silly. Come on. There it is. Okay, so first thing I need to do is to reshape this a little bit. Actually, no, I don't. Do I? Did this piece should slice correctly now because I have the snakeskin. So I should be able to get rid of the bottom portion of it. So let's hide that. Let's delete all this. Because you're not going to see the spiral in the snakeskin anyway. I might go with half the number of ribs. This might be too many ribs. That's a lot of freaking ribs. we'll see what the weight comes out. So I'd rather have fewer ribs. Where? Oh, yeah. Son of a bitch. There we go. Join. Make you a hollow. Put you in the center using this as our alignment. There and there. Now I should be able to join those two together. Let's see how that looks. Come on. Did you? No, okay, you're in your bounds. Come on, 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 come on. I know I'm asking a lot of you. Just don't piss me off, or I will bite you. And I will bite you really freaking hard. I'll make you cry. Need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Oh, 2 times points, huh? Don't need that. Don't need that. Great! A winter storm warning! Boy, that's the last thing we need. And that didn't work. Why do you have to be a nudge? Wait a minute. How could that not work? You have a lip. Do you have an effing lip in there? You no good scumbag, tweaker, slime bag. It's leaving a 0-dimensional piece of garbage lying around. So I have to make this just a hair longer so that it fully penetrates the bottom of the model. There are some that these are both sitting at 0. This is one of the errors in Tinkercad. Those 2 pieces were sitting at 0. It should not have been possible for there to be that kind of a discrepancy there. But there was. Even though that shouldn't be possible, somehow it was. You're itching for a biting. Yep, you're itching for a biting. You're gonna get bitten. Yep. Itching. Just itching. I'm gonna bite somebody. Somebody's getting bitten. I'll bite Michelle. Man. I got a pimple. Come on, you wretched algorithm. Chew it faster. Ooh, I just realized an error. Crap. Oh, man, that's not going to work. It might. It's only a point. It's okay. I think it'll be okay. I needed to merge the launch lugs with the snakeskin before I applied all the cuts, because now these launch lugs aren't going to have the cut through them. But that should be okay. It shouldn't break vase mode. There'll just be a small gap on the inside, and that won't matter. I would like that not to be there, though, because if that gap wasn't there, that would make this a lot stronger. But I really don't want to redo this unless I have to. Unless I have a slicing problem, we're just going to live with it. Okay, that looks good. Now, before we go any further, let's get this processed. Okay. So, I need to put... Well, I need to join the motor mount. And I need to start putting in straws for the launch lug attachment point. Increase the number of sides. Make this 5 by 5. Why would you ignore what I just told you to do? You're itching for a biting. Now, can I fit a 5mm hole there? I don't think I can. Nope, I gotta go 4mm. That's pushing up close to my limit, though. Because I believe 1/8 inch is 3.5mm. Boy, even that doesn't want to fit. Look at that. There's just not a lot of plastic there. As in, I don't think that's going to work. I can safely penetrate part of this here. That is safe to do. Yeah, we're okay doing that. But I need 2. So another one has to go there. Okay. Okay. So we need to rotate these. So one's going to go there. And one's going to go there. Since you have to cut a hole through here, otherwise it'll break vase mode. That should be okay. Oh, you know what I realized? I have that throat in every one of these, which means I could put these holes in every one of these. Why didn't I think of that? Oh, that's going to make life so much easier. Oh, yeah. Alrighty, you need to separate again. Because I need you, but I don't need you. Oh, man, that's going to make my life easy. I like easy. Oh, boy, do I like easy. You know, there's a way I can fix the launch lugs now, too. I could put the launch lugs on top of the seam. Yep, we're doing that, too. Okay. split you, delete you, split you, split you again. We're going to temporarily get rid of you. And I need to somehow grab that little red box right there. Got it. And join you with you. That thing is all cockeyed. I need to fix that. Dag nabbit. I don't want to, but I need to. Is that finished joining yet? Yes. Okay, so let's hide you for now. That's all cockeyed. That's going to annoy the hell out of me until I fix it. So, let's put a work plane here. Let's put a box here. Okay. So this is we can put this back down here. Nope, we can't. I need to put a work plane here. No, I need it on the front. Oh, it's all the way out here. That's supposed to be 0.8. So this needs to be 0.8. How long is this? 26.06. 26.1. And we're going to shorten you like that. Change the color to something nicer. And we need to align you with that one, approximately. That should do it. And how tall are you? 3.33. Okay. Now I should be able to simply delete this and center it on this. Okay. And now we should be able to just bring this in until it overlaps that. And now we have a clean overlap. Good. Now, is that a clean overlap? We're going to make sure. Yes. Join you together. There we go. Okay. Now we take this, we bring it together with the ring, and we bring it around here. Oh, nice. I think I nailed it. Yeah, pretty good job. Okay, so now we align on this. Why? Why do you mess with me? Center. Okay. Now I should be able to simply put a slice straight through the middle of that. See you later, Alan. Okay. So now I should be able to center this on this. Align with this. Centered. That sure looks like it's lining up for me. I do need to make sure I go all the way through the piece. And then join it with this. There. Now I duplicate this and drop it down to the bottom peg. There. That should do it. Okay. So that means we're just going to delete you outright. And that means we're going to take you. Oh, wait a minute. I put the threads in already, didn't I? That's okay. We'll get rid of the threads. Whoa. That's all very, very wrong. Oh boy, is that wrong. Good thing I saw this. That is totally wrong. What did we bring back? That. Wow, those threads are wrong. There must be two here. There isn't. Why are those threads so dense? Yeah, we're not taking a chance with that. You're just gone. Oh, there's two. How is there two? That's correct. I somehow had two there. I don't know how, but somehow I had two. But it'd be nice if threads that fine would work, but no. I'm not messing with that. All right, guys, I'm going to call it for tonight. I'm going to keep working on this because I got another couple hours and it's getting cold. It's getting dark. And we're supposed to have a winter storm tonight. Great. So, I will see you all later. Thank you very much. If you guys want to help out, you can join my Patreon. You'll get free access to all the rockets that I'm going to be selling. You'll get to download those files for free if you want. And if you want to donate, I've PayPal down below, Coffee down below, and I have affiliate links for Amazon. So if you use those links to buy whatever it is you normally buy on Amazon, as an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. That's required wording from Amazon. I get a commission. So that would help me out. So any of those things that you see in the description below, you can use those to shop on those sites, and I get a kickback. So I will see you guys later. I will see you next week. Thank you, Friendship Lights. Thank you very much. That rocks, man. You guys have a great night.